This is the entire Call of Duty Zombies Aether storyline spanning from World at War to Black Ops 4 Zombies. This is of course half of my entire Call of Duty Zombies storyline video that continues into the Dark Aether story from Black Ops Cold War to Black Ops 6. However, because these stories are related to one another but still very much distinct, I'm sure there are many of you that might just want a refresher on just the Aether section. Whether you played in the past but your memory is a bit hazy on the events, or you're a new player to the Dark Aether story, you're caught up with this story, but you need to learn more about what brought us here. For example, some of you might have just started playing Zombies with the Dark Aether story, so you might be all caught up on that, but might want a refresher on the Aether story that of course sets up the stage for the Dark Aether story. Also, with the rumours about the original characters returning next year, it's very important to get clued in on their storyline. However, I would highly recommend watching the full entire Call of Duty Zombies storyline video, Aether and Dark Aether, but I appreciate it's very long. I will leave a link to that down in this video's description, definitely if you don't have time now to save it for later or watch in parts, but this is just going to be the Aether section from that video. But like I say, definitely check out the original, I put so much work into it. But without further ado, this is the entire Aether story.
In the beginning, and believe me, there was a beginning, everything was in its proper place. Time was linear, just as it should be.
And in the beginning, there was only the first one and the Aether. The first one exists within Aether and creates the summoning key, the first creation, aka the Astoth Abzarak in their language, and uses it to create all dimensions and gives them a unique mix of life. And under certain circumstances, it has the ability to form bridges between dimensions, allowing the transfer of life forces back and forth. Agartha is created as a physical manifestation of the Aether. Beings like the first one, but far less powerful, inhabit this space, it being an actual three-dimensional arena able to be explored, whereas Aether is four-dimensional and completely incomprehensible to our minds, making up literally everything, nothing, and all in between. Do we even make up the Aether itself? And the fourth dimension is us interacting with the 3D game through both playing the games and through our community, living through it all, as symbolized by the KN-44 hypercube. Is this Treyarch speaking directly to us, crossing that barrier? The story and gameplay could not have existed without us after all, as our theories is what fed to the actual events that Treyarch would go on to canonize. The first one disappears and two beings equally powerful as one another emerge. They would be referred to by many names by the different cultures that learned of them, but eventually as Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man. For an unknown amount of time, or even before the concept of time itself, these two beings were best friends in harmony.
I knew a bloke, and I'm talking way back. He was the sweetest, most charming individual you could ever wish to meet. It was funny too. We used to have such a good old laugh together. Honestly, my sides hurt thinking about it. He was my friend. He was my best friend.
They had so much fun tampering throughout dimensions in the infinite Aether and would laugh until their sides hurt. Maybe too much, since their duality of each and every part of who made them, deep inside their lifeblood in themselves broke apart, being too similar and too different at the same time. They could not contain their excitement. It is unclear as to where the first one goes, but the community theory is that something caused it to split apart into Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man, similar to when a worm is chopped in half, only this time both survive. They are tentacle creatures after all.
You know how people say when you cut a worm in half, both parts keep on living? But then one of them dies, not sure if it's the arse or the head. But that's the problem with worms. They're a bit short on distinguishing features.
The first race begins experimenting, creating the first matter transference device. They master the ability to travel between dimensions and warp across the galaxy as its protector. Meanwhile, the group under the Shadow Man, having discovered the opposite dimension to Agartha, the darkness that lies below the Aether, and us all, begin more intense experimentations and create the Aether Pyramid, a device that gives the user the same ultimate power that can be obtained from the summoning key, which allows them to hold power over reality itself. The group under Dr. Monty saw this as a chaotic disruption in his perfect order, believing the other group to have been corrupted by the dark power held within the Aether. They were cast down, starting a civil war among the first race. This war would last for eons, with Monty's group believing they should protect reality, whilst the other corrupted faction became consumed with the endless power and ravenous lust to feed. During the Shadowman's corruption, the being who'd come to be known as Monty became corrupted similarly in an attempt to save his friend, waking up, finding himself in a rough and stubborn dark forest. After some time wandering up a hillside, he eventually looked up to see the morning rays from the bright planet to guide him back on his path of life. The Shadowman's group knew they would be beaten, and so hid the Aether Pyramid on the moon of a planet where intelligent life had begun to develop, as well as sending Element 115 to this planet in the hopes that this life would eventually use the element to open a gateway to Agartha located there. The group under Monty finally beat their enemies and banished them into the Dark Aether, whilst they ascend above reality, only being able to protect and aid in reality and life that was already embedded into the original fabric of the universe, and they could not impede on the free will of its inhabitants. They now believe they are the keepers of order within the dimensions, and begin viewing themselves as such, in contrast to the Shadowman's faction. This is the duality of order and chaos. The keepers' language becomes far more logical as their own culture evolves, and they become far more humanoid in appearance as their biology similarly evolves. Ironically, the only thing they do not keep. The Keepers help throughout the multiverse, where they would show up to defend against evil whenever they are needed, and nudge etheric lifeforms through dreams, wishes, and the wonders of life itself.
I've got heartfelt prayers for the angels, dying people's wish lists, and letters to Santa coming out of my bleeding ears. And it's hard to keep up, honestly. I hardly ever get any time for myself, or even just time to stand back and appreciate all the good that I've done.
The group under the Shadowman becomes ever more twisted by the Dark Aether, eventually being known as the Apothegons, increasingly mutated, pulped, and restless, waiting for their opportunity to make their way back to the multiverse. Whilst their minds and physical forms changed, their language remained the same.
And then the Apothegons got hold of him. Since then, he's pretty much acted as their agent, zipping around the galaxy. Short version is, he's no longer sweet, charming, or funny.
An easy way to understand Agartha, the Aether, and the Dark Aether is in simple terms. Agartha is the light version of reality, the place above creation, where Dr. Monty and the Keepers reside as they see themselves as the protectors of reality. The Aether is all of reality, the entire multiverse, the middle of creation, and all that binds it. The Aether is described as four-dimensional, which means that to us three-dimensional beings it would be almost entirely incomprehensible. While there have been multiple depictions of what four-dimensional objects or spaces may look like across media, it is impossible to truly imagine it with the way that we process reality. Whereas the Dark Aether is the shadow of the Aether, its mirror, the dark version of reality below creation, corrupted and damned to eternal suffering, that exists in parallel to that of the regular dimensions. This is a lot more easy for our brains to contextualize. This is where the Apothegons were banished. A good way to visualize this in layman's terms, although not entirely accurate, is that the perfect world can be represented as heaven.
Just so we're clear, I'm absolutely not talking about death. That's a whole other can of worms.
The Aether is Earth, the universe and all of its inhabitants, all possessing ethereal energy. The more that one may time travel, the more ethereal energy they may accumulate, causing severe fractures and fragments crumbling through the Aether. And the Dark Aether can be seen as hell. From Black Ops Cold War onwards, we see the Dark Aether in a visual format for the very first time, where, like I stated, the Dark Aether is simply a demented version of reality. Whilst the landscape seems similar, almost exactly the same, game, they are slightly off, with items floating, areas tormented, changed and corrupted. The regular world and the Dark Aether work similar to the Upside Down in Stranger Things, where both exist in parallel, not separately, and both affect each other. And the Dark Aether even copies that of the regular world. Since it is its shadow, the Aether is the building blocks for the Dark Aether's reality as well. The Keepers are described as angels by Samantha, whilst the Shadow Man is seen as the devil in Mob of the Dead. Well, that is not entirely accurate, that is how a lot of humans may perceive them.
The great dragon? The beast? Is this ringing any bells? Beelzebub? Lucifer? Satan? The devil?
Maybe their existence is what spawned these concepts and religions in the first place. The idea of heaven, hell, and earth could have come about simply from the idea of the Dark Aether, Agartha, and the Aether. After all, Agartha is referred to as Revelations. It is the start and end of creation during the cycle, and spawned this concept to begin with. We have light and we have a darkness. We have Dr. Monty and we have the Shadow Man. However, the lines are blurred between light and darkness, good and evil. Neither Dr. Monty nor the Shadow Man are all good or all evil, and the same can be said for everyone. Neither can be defined as light or darkness, but together they can be defined as light and darkness. As Monty described on Revelations, they are two parts of the same worm, but which one is the arse? Although somewhat different from one another, they lack defining features. Monty and the Shadow Man are more similar than you know. Both were corrupted by the Dark Aether. The Shadow Man by his own ambition, Monty by desperately trying to save his friend, the Shadow Man, from there. Both never wanted to be ripped apart by the Dark Aether and craved to be one again by resolving their duality. In the Aether story, we had little understanding of the Dark Aether and its inhabitants. We knew that various beasts, demons, and lost souls existed within, aside from the Apothegons, but Vanguard introduced us to a plethora of factions that include some Elder Gods and Old Ones. An Elder God is merely a higher power being found within the Dark Aether, and their supremacy includes higher ranking Apothegons, for example. According to the inhabitants of the Dark Aether, their realm has existed since time began, and since then they have been in a constant state of war with one another, forming tribes, clans, and royal bloodlines that would last for millions of years. These warring clans of the Dark Aether came in many different shapes and sizes, all with their own desires and agendas, but in the most ancient days of the Dark Aether, they were united by one thing: their worship of the Construct. The Construct is a giant monolith that hovers above the Dark Aether, believed to even predate time itself. Whilst it appears to be made of stone, it is a sentient being, and is all-powerful. The Construct had no care for the entities worshipping it. However, it was constantly watching, with some even believing it to be judging life's worthiness to keep existing. On very rare occasions, however, after an individual completed a series of arduous trials, the Constructs would imbue them with a small portion of its infinite power, at which point that individual would become the Archon. Throughout the history of the Dark Aether, at least by the time of Vanguard, there have only been at least 4 Archons, though there have possibly been more, and even more since then, leading up to the events of COD Zombies and beyond. The first Archon used his power to eradicate a parasitic species that was plaguing the Dark Aether. The 4th Archon shattered the moon into pieces and weaponized those shards, which still hang above the Dark Aether. The origins of the Constructs are unclear, but with it being there since the Dark Aether itself, it is a wonder if the first Archon could have been Dr. Monty or the Shadow Man. Could the Construct even be the first one, or have been made by them? Maybe Monty gained so much power because he was the original Archon, and the parasitic species he eradicated were the Apothegons. Maybe in trying to save his friend, the Shadow Man, from the Dark Aether, he stumbled upon the Construct, or maybe even the Shadow Man became the Archon, explaining his great power, or maybe the first one itself was the very first Archon, which then caused them to split into 2 afterwards. All is a mystery for now. As millennia passed, one clan rose to prominence in the Dark Aether, and eventually were considered its lords. They had yet to control the entire realm, but one particularly ambitious son of this bloodline would seek to change that. His name was Cortifex the Deathless. Through Through guile and deception, Cortifex's plans eventually culminated in the murder of his parents and his official ascension to Lord of the Dark Aether. He also took a wife, Syraxis, though was adamant on not wanting a child. Dark Aether entities do not die of old age, and so having a child to further his line was not a requirement and was seen by him as a threat, as the child could do to him what he did to his own parents. At some point following this, Cortifex became obsessed with the construct, seeing it as the ultimate way to dominate the Dark Aether. He was able to successfully pass the trials, but upon appealing to the living monolith, it refused him for unknown reasons. Cortifex flew into such a rage over this that he would dispatch his 5 personal assassins, the Sisters of Agony, consisting of Isabella the Deceiver, to remove anyone else who would try and petition the construct. Eventually, Syraxis became pregnant with a child, and in a rage, Cortifex set out to punish both her and the child. He transformed Syraxis into a shadow of her former self, erasing her memories and changing her physical form to that of the newest Sister of Agony. She joined Isabella and the rest as sisters in arms. He then enacted some unspeakable cruelty on the child. And that is the last we will hear of Cortifex and these factions until quite a while. It is important to bring to attention here that the constant state of unrest in the Dark Aether was happening all throughout the events of the Aether Storyline's many thousands of cycles, and even more significantly, the entities within the Dark Aether were unaware that there was even another realm outside of their own, aside from the Apothecans. Meanwhile, the Keepers nudged humanity with the introduction of language.
The Keepers, an ancient order who had been granted the wisdom to see beyond the limitations of their own realm. Even while the rest of mankind scrabbled around in the dirt, the Keepers took the mantle of benevolent watchers, like the seers and sages of the old world. They could foresee how the actions of the Apothecons would lead to the destruction of life itself.
On September 3rd, 5 AD, following the revelations and then genesis of the universe, the Apothecans began to plan for a war they know they cannot win. The Apothecans send Element 115 to the Earth in the hopes that humanity will eventually wage war on themselves with it due to its corruption, and either accidentally through the war or purposefully out of hubris open a gateway to Agartha and release the Apothecans. The introduction of 115 to the original timeline messed with this dimension, leading to the universe no longer being linear. The Apothecans' plan worked, and a gateway opened in Earth, allowing the Apothecans to escape and attack humankind. They followed the scent of the 115 trail to feed on the life energy of the world and consume it all, as they have with many dimensions over and over.
The Apothecons are beings that feed on energy. Wait, that's a oversimplification. Energy is a rather broad term. I mean, it may be better to explain it as the spark of life, the purest form of energy that ever existed. They conquer and consume dimensions. It's kind of their thing.
This triggered the Keepers to show up to aid humanity in the good fight, as they would do in all dimensions necessary whenever the Apothecans or other evils triggered by 115 would bleed into the other dimensions that the Apothecans would repeatedly attempt to consume. The duality of the Aether.
The Keepers have always been here, much like your good selves. They too were scattered and fragmented across the multiverse. They may have acted erratically, but know this. Their actions were only ever concerned with the preservation of life itself.
The original timeline. On January 15th, 1292, the Great War kicks off. Humanity begins a battle that would last years to come. This is Primus's 11th and final encounter in the storyline. All encounters of Ultimus, Primus, and Victus will be labelled in order from their perspectives in this video. Due to the effects of time travel and crossing dimensions, their appearances do not happen in order in this timeline, so this will help to keep track of their adventures. So whilst this is is the first we see of them, this is their last appearance in terms of their lives in the cycle, meaning the first. The Keepers and Primus help the Wolf King and his mass loyal kingdom, his army of Templar Knights, fend off against the hordes of the undead and the Apothicon Battalion. He had two wolves that fought alongside him in battle. On April 14th, 1294, a knight known as Pablo Marinas is nearing death in the clutches of a Magua, when at the last second a group of 4 men with magical staffs slay the beast and save his life. He rejoins the fight alongside the powerful heroes and his king. December 31st, 1299. Now with the help and guiding hands of Primus and the Keepers, humanity is able to defeat and seal away the Apothicons once again. During the end of the Great War, Richtofen comes to a realization about the nature of reality and of the cycle our characters are trapped in.
Do you believe this is possible?
By coming to the Great War and once again defeating the Apothicons, Primus has sealed the fate of themselves and the universe in the cycle, where they will die here, inspiring their reborn future selves to follow in their footsteps. He asks, how many times have I been here? How many times have I perpetuated this cycle? Dr. Monty had duped them, and Richtofen laments this fact to Pablo. After Richtofen tells Pablo he believes Monty is not evil, but simply chooses this cycle to protect himself and the Aether, as Richtofen has done the same himself over and over, Pablo suggests that there is surely something they could change. Smiling back at him, Richtofen hatches a plan, and with his dying act, Pablo protects him from the undead long enough to power on an ancient teleportation device. Before teleporting away, Pablo hands him the gem from the fire staff that Richtofen had used to save him before. Richtofen enters the device and sends himself to the future, where he will be cryogenically frozen to wait for the mobsters to break their cycle and intercept their friends before it is too late. Potentially, this was the original matter transference device created by the Keepers of the First Race. Soon after, the rest of Primus, Pablo, and the Wolf King's army managed to win the war, where this site would be buried and then discovered again as a highly enriched 115 dig site in northern France years later. Now, it is unclear if Primus Richtofen cryo-freezes himself in every version of the cycle, or if just in the final version, the cycle gets broken, he realizes it, and then freezes himself to await what's to come. Or maybe in just an unknown amount of versions of the cycle, nearer to the end, he starts freezing himself, eventually awaiting for the mobsters to break their cycle. I have to assume it's probably he only does this in the last version of the cycle, or at least in the various numbers of the end of the cycle, however many went on, since they've probably gone on for literally trillions and trillions of cycles. I have to assume that at least in probably the majority of the cycle, Primus Richtofen just died in the Great War with the rest of them. On January 1st, 1300, as their last recorded act in history before never being seen again, Primus instructs the Wolf King to build the castle of Der Eisendrache in Austria. The same year, June 4th, in northern France, a tomb is constructed to honour the fallen soldiers of the Great War. Within it, statues of Primus are constructed to symbolise the hope that if one day a great evil falls upon mankind, they may return. As I was editing this video, I think I have come to a big revelation, no pun intended, and this is just a theory, but potentially in the original timeline, the Great War took place in the battlegrounds of Der Eisendrache, of course, and then the Primus statues were constructed in this castle, and in the Great War, Primus may have used the Wrath of the Ancient Bows instead of these staffs, separating it from Dimension 63, where the Great War took place on the battlegrounds of northern France, and a much larger 115 deposit was left there, explaining why it has much larger technological advances, and they use the staffs. And this is where their tomb is constructed, as opposed to it being constructed in Austria in the original timeline. Moving along, September 19th, 1318, upon his death, the Wolf King specifically requests his bones to be scattered around Der Eisendrache. To pay respect to him, Arthur, his loyal servant, accompanied by his wolf, walks the grounds and scatters his bones. September 20th, the next day after scattering his master's bones, Arthur is pulled through a temporal rift to Angola in 2025, to a prison cell in an underground western town, brought there through time as well. Sometime before April 14th, 1855, a blacksmith named Jeb Brown accompanies his mother to the old western town of Purgatory Point. They live there in relative peace until a man named Clive Farnsworth enters the town mine and later exits as a zombie, killing Jebediah's mother. April 14th, 1885, tortured by how this could have happened to his mother, Jeb Brown enters the town mine to figure out what happened to Clive. He does not exit for 5 days, even though to him, it felt like mere minutes. A few days pass. April 19th, 2 creatures from somewhere unknown to the blacksmith come down and speak to Jeb. He dubs them angels. These keepers give him the plans to construct a magical machine, the Pack-a-Punch. A couple months pass. June 30th, the angels return and ask Jeb to create the Agarthan device, but Jeb is unable to acquire 2 of the ingredients they ask for, an elemental shard, as he has no way to control souls to infuse them into 115, apothecant blood, as he has no way to travel to the bottom of the ocean to locate the giant apothecant elder god and retrieve it. As a result, Jeb insists he creates the only piece he had the ability to, a golden winding artifact that would come to be called the Seal of Duality. Not much time passes. July 3rd, Jeb Brown designs a device similar to the Seal of Duality, but far less powerful, the Vril device. Later that month, July 20th, depressed due to the death of his mother and desperate to return her to him, Jeb digs up her body and places her into the Pack-a-Punch machine. When she returns, she is neither alive nor dead, and instead becomes a ghost permanently bound to haunt Purgatory Point. One of the most twisted things in the entire zombie storyline. The next day, July 21st, the angels return to Jeb Brown and ask him to place the golden device he created into the Pack-a-Punch machine to upgrade it. After some deliberation, 1 day later, July 22nd, Jeb Brown obeys the orders from the angels and places the device into the Pack-a-Punch. Suddenly, the entire town of Purgatory Point is ripped from time and teleported into underground Angola in 2025, where what's left of the townsfolk are quickly overrun by the undead. We finally enter the 1900s. On June 30th, 1908, near the stony Tunguska River, a meteorite crashes which contains large amounts of element 115. Odds are one of the rocks shot through a portal at the beginning of Revelations. This makes element 115 the exact same as the real-life synthetic lab-created element Moscovian, and is what corrupts all those exposed and necrotizes the dead into zombies with the Dark Aether's magic. August 30th, 1925, Dr. Edward Richtofen joins the Illuminati. February 4th, 1931, an incredibly large amount of 115 is discovered in a salt mine near Breslau, Germany. A German scientist named Dr. Ludwig Maxis is sent to investigate. May 10th, the same year, after spending some time with the new element, Maxis forms Group 935, an international organization dedicated to the study of elements 115. Maxis says they will abandon their respective governments and work in secret to improve the human condition using this element. A few years later after its formation, November 5th, 1934, Ludwig has a child. Samantha Maxis is born whilst her mother dies in childbirth. A couple years after this tragedy, August 11th, 1936, Maxis gives Richtofen an invitation to Group 935. Richtofen, hoping to secretly infiltrate them for the Illuminati, agrees. A year later, April 10th, 1937, the Imperial Japanese Army discovers element 115 meteor fragments in a swamp within Japanese territory. They build the Rising Sun facility to continue their research. Division 9 is created to oversee its operation. The same year, June 14th, the United States government discovers deposits of element 115 in Groom Lake. A couple years later, July 2nd, Maxis and Richtofen begin teleportation experiments with the matter transference prototype to mild success. The subjects are teleported, but their chemical composition is altered, leaving them catatonic and changed. Maxis would later secretly inscribe on the device to M, who started me on this journey. Unknowingly, Monty wanted him to build this device device to eventually reach Agartha and continue the cycle. August 8th, the same year, Maxis and Richtofen discover 115 can be used to reanimate the dead. However, the reanimated subjects are not receptive to commands. September 1st, Germany invades Poland, sparking World War II. Meanwhile, a couple days later, September 3rd, Richtofen produces the prototype for the Wunderwaffe DG series, the DG-1 or Scharfschütze. A couple months later, November 23rd, Maxis contacts the Reichstag and informs them that with funding, they will be able to mass-produce weapons ranging from energy rifles, undead hordes, super soldaten, and mechanical giants. The next month, December 4th, during test trial 151, Richtofen and Dr. Schuster successfully teleport a walnut. This is the first successful test where the chemical composition of the object is maintained throughout the process. The next day, December 5th, Edward's walnut delivery fails to impress Maxis, who declares it a waste of time. He reveals to Richtofen that Group 935 will soon be funded by the Nazi regime. Richtofen worries this will lead to massive defections as 935 is an international group. He and Schuster decide to continue their teleportation experiments behind Maxis' back. A new year begins. January 4th, Richtofen and Schuster conduct their first human teleportation test. Richtofen is so confident in its success, he volunteers himself. Teleported to the moon, he encounters the Aether Pyramid hidden by the Apothecans, later labeled the Moon Pyramid Device, or MPD for short. While inspecting the device, Richtofen is electrocuted and begins hearing the many voices of those sealed within the Dark Aether, including that of the Apothecans and the Shadow Man. Richtofen makes a promise to him and acts as his vessel to make his way back to Agartha.
You do know that Richtofen is a friend of mine. I say friend, but really he's so much more than that. At one point, I almost considered him my apprentice. I mean, he did stab my reporter friend and steal the summoning key. But at one point, he did everything I told him to. I keep hoping he'll remember the promise he made to me so long ago.
Long ago, I made a promise, a vow, to protect him. In order to keep my word, I have done bad things. Very bad things.
Although it seems Richtofen never upholds this promise and has great fun in seeking ultimate power for his own entertainment and nothing more. The device then teleports him to Shangri-La. Corrupted by the Dark Aether, Richtofen is gradually being driven insane by an obsession to find Agartha. After one night in the temple ruins, January 5th, Richtofen is worshipped by the natives of Shangri-La. An altar is built in his name. Richtofen encounters the focusing stone for the first time. Nearer to the end of the month, January 23rd, after a near-month absence, Richtofen returns to Schuster with a plan to build Griffin Station. The following day, January 24th, Richtofen renounces his involvement with the Illuminati, as he now believed he had no further need for them. When asked how he could abandon his obligation to the Order, he says Teddy was a liar. Approaching spring, March 13th, construction of Griffin Station on the moon begins. Frustrated with Maxis' alignment with Germany, other disgruntled Group 935 scientists join the cause, including one named Dr. Groff. July 13th, Maxis instructs his assistant and lover, Sophia, to write a letter to the Reichstag High Command requesting additional funds. While confident in the mass production of the DG2 and bluffing about the success of the Undead Army, he admits the funding shortages have proven detrimental to the giant project. The year continues August 1st. In response to Maxis' request, Germany creates two new facilities for Group 935. They are the Kino facility, a repurposed theatre, and the Asylum facility at Wittenau Sanatorium, both in Berlin. The middle of the month, August 18th, as per Germany's request, the Japanese Imperial Army hands over the Rising Sun facility to Group 935, whilst Division 9 remains involved on site. October 3rd, Group 935 establishes a research facility in Siberia near the Tunguska River. It is here that the Super Soldaten cloning program would occur. her. October 6th, Group 935 establishes a research facility at Griffin Castle, Austria, codenamed the Eagle's Nest or the Iron Dragon, Der Eisendrache in German. This facility would serve as a test site for the V-2 rocket as well as general holding for prisoners. June 24th, 1941, Nikolai Belinsky's wife is killed during the German advance into the Soviet Union. In an effort to numb the pain, Nikolai increasingly turns to vodka. The next year, January 11th, 1942, Maxis gives Fluffy to his daughter Samantha. The dog is expecting a litter. 9 days later, January 20th, Maxis tests the first file for storage on the Data Servant. Just under 1 week later, January 26th, on the Data Servant, Maxis catalogues locations with prominent Element 115 deposits. He includes information about its various applications and cites that the reanimation of dead cells is a possible side effect. January 30th, Richthofen completes the Wunderwaffe DG2 prototype. February 1st, with Griffin Station completed, Richthofen names Dr. Groff lead scientist and returns to Earth to continue the charade with Maxis. Working alongside Schuster, Groff is left to discover how to power the MPD. The next day, February 2nd, in a speech to his staff, Groff talks optimistically about Griffin Station's establishment as a permanent base of operations. Some months pass. April 17th, Maxis develops the ray gun prototype at the Rising Sun facility, whilst H. Porter works on developing the second generation model. Next month, May 15th, Group 935 recovers a variety of artifacts from a buried American Western town found in Angola, including the original golden Pack-a-Punch machine, the Vril device, and the Vril vessel or seal of duality, all built by Jeb Brown under the guidance from the Angels. June 13th, a result of temporal rifts in 1963 Kino, Monty reaches across time and offers a little nudges. One nudge is developing Group 935's Element 115 fused elixirs. They create 4 medicinal beverages known colloquially as Juggernog, Quick Revive, Speed Cola, and Double Tap. Monty helps here, just as he helped Ludwig Maxis build the first matter transference device, setting events in motion. Later the same month, June 28th, Dr. H. Porter takes charge of the weapons upgrade program and successfully reverse engineers and recreates Jeb Brown's Pack-a-Punch machine, though it is more inefficient than its predecessor. Next month, July 18th, Groff and Schuster unwittingly discover how to charge the MPD. When Schuster kills a rat near the device, its life force or soul is transferred into the device. These findings are reported to none other than Richthofen. Following this event, a couple days later, July 20th, Richthofen begins sending soldiers and scientists to the moon to be sacrificed, to experiment its true power, their souls used to charge the MPD. Nearer to the end of the year, November 5th, Takeo Masaki is dispatched by the Japanese Emperor to oversee the work of Group 935 and Division 9 at the Rising Sun facility. Next month, December 8th, Richthofen shares the Element 115 based elixir recipes with Griffin Station. They develop Mule Kick. Meanwhile, the following day, December 9th, Nikolai's brother is killed during the Battle of Stalingrad. December 14th, Richthofen creates the Monkey Bomb, a trap explosive device that attracts the undead, showing Richthofen's fascination with children's toys. Due to Richthofen's lonely childhood growing up in an orphanage, he developed a fragile ego in almost all universes, where he would make up fictitious lies such as his father being a famous scientist to try and appease the other children. They would mock him and write "Teddy is a liar" on the schoolyard walls. Richthofen could not sleep without his Teddy. Even into adulthood, he never matured from his need to feel appreciated and always seeks validation from others. December 16th, in a personal log, Maxis expresses concerns over Element 115's impact on Richthofen's behavior. No longer trusting him, he wonders if it was a mistake to invite him to Group 935. December 20th, accompanied by Sophia, Maxis is transferred to the Kino facility to focus on creating Germany's undead army, whilst Samantha is left in Richthofen's Max's care. The new year begins January 8th, 1943. Maxis worries he and Sophia have grown too close. He considers sending her away. January 16th, Nikolai is captured by German forces during the Battle of Stalingrad. This Russian becomes the first subject inducted into the Super Soldaten cloning program. Later this month, January 27th, Maxis reports success with Subject 2-6, whose quote-unquote violent outbursts have been greatly reduced via the use of mind control techniques pioneered by Group 601. Maxis believes that this method of treatment will be 100% effective in most cases. Next month, February 10th, Maxis reports the treatment has been perfected. He believes if Subject 2-6 retain the impressions longer than 26 hours, then the delivery of the zombie army can be accelerated. A couple days later, February 12th, after attacking a handler, Subject 2-6 is killed and deemed another setback. A colossal failure. A few months later, February 18th, Harvey Yeaner, a spy for the American Office of Strategic Services, aka the OSS, begins his work with Group 935. Next month, June 15th, Taki reports to the Emperor that the work being done at the Rising Sun facility is unacceptable. 1 month after, July 24th, viewing Takeo Masaki as a beacon of the old ways of honor and a threat to his rule, the Emperor has him taken prisoner by Division 9. Later being transferred to Group 935. He becomes the second subject inducted into the Super Soldaten cloning program. 1 year passes, July 14th, 1944. After the setbacks with Subject 2-6, Maxis reports new success with the Undead Army. However, he maintains his belief that the Undead cannot be contained or maintained. This idea sparks Maxis' desire to find what he called the Genesis Code, a method of reanimating not just the body, but the mind and soul as well. A couple months later, September 2nd, a Mexican spy is captured by Group 935 at Der Eisendrache. After initial 115 experimentation, he would write that he believes his name is Pablo Marinas, and he is a knight from a great war centuries ago. He would later become the third subject inducted into the Super Soldaten cloning program. The middle of the month, September 15th, the Battle of Peleliu begins. American Tank Dempsey among the fighting force. The following year, May 7th, 1945, Germany surrenders and the war in Europe ends. Group 935 continues to operate within their borders, with surviving Nazi factions still encouraging them to continue their work in a vain attempt to reclaim Germany. The main focus of this would become the Super Soldaten cloning program. A couple days later, May 9th, in his cell, Pablo writes of visions of the Great War. He describes a great battle against strange demon-like creatures who were trying to devour the earth. In his vision, he sees 4 knights protecting him from certain death. He makes a note that the knights wore tunics similar to those in Der Eisendrache. Next month, June 4th, Nacht Der Untoten. An allied plane malfunctions over an airfield and crashes. German army trucks transporting the undead and Element 115 between Group 935 facilities are struck in the crash. The Marines surviving the crash hold out against the undead as long as they can. June 17th, Peter McCain, a former Marine and OSS agent, infiltrates Group 935 at Der Riese. June 29th, Groff and Schuster develop the wave gun. July 15th, Richthofen travels to the Siberian facility to head up the Super Soldaten cloning project. As her temporary guardian, he takes Samantha with him. Group 935 begins transferring 3 test subjects for experimentations: Nikolai, Pablo, and Takeo. July 18th, on the orders of a Mr. Rapt, an American reporter charts a course to specific coordinates. Unbeknownst to him, these are that of the Siberian facility, in search of an artifact called the Seal of Duality. Being confronted by Richthofen, he realizes he is likely facing his own death and informs Edward that no matter the dimension, Mr. Rapt will find a new version of him to carry on pursuing these artifacts. Richthofen subsequently has the man killed. July 29th, while Richthofen works at the Siberian facility, Group 935 begins development of Deadshot Daiquiri. Sometime next month in August, Edward Richtofen contacts the United States and the Soviet Union separately, offering them Group 935's research and scientists. August 1st, the Russian, Japanese and Mexican subjects arrive at the Siberian facility, due to become the primary test subjects of the Super Soldaten cloning program. August 28th, Richtofen creates a log entry detailing work on the Super Soldat program. He returns to schematics taken from Jeb Brown and starts work on investigating the so-called Agartha device and notes its three components: the Vril Vessel or Seal of Duality, the blood of an Apothecon Overlord, and the Elemental Shard. To close out the month, August 31st, OSS handler Cornelius Purnell confirms that Peter McCain has successfully infiltrated Group 935 and has been transferred to the Asylum facility. Cornelius suspects Group 935 is losing control of their experiments and has sent in a Marine recon unit to extract McCain. Tank Dempsey is to lead the squad. The following day, September 1st, Peter is outed as a spy and captured by Group 935. The next day again, Richtofen reports Pablo has died following a spleen removal. Unbeknownst to him, this was intentional sabotage by Harvey Yena in an effort to coax out information pertaining to the Elemental Shard. He also reveals he's been performing experiments on Samantha. This very same day, World War II ends, and Group 935 vows to continue their research. The same day, goddamn a hectic day, temporal rifts begin to affect the Asylum facility. An orderly reports increasing problems with test subjects. Many in the facility have begun hearing voices coming from the walls, including the sobbing of a boy and a girl, screaming, and a man shouting for children to close the windows. Unbeknownst to them, Agartha is bleeding through. The next day, September 3rd, an outbreak occurs at the Asylum facility. Peter McCain escapes. September 6th, the same year, Verrucht takes place. Dempsey, John Banana, Smokey, and Paxton Gunner Ridge arrive at the Asylum facility to find it overrun by zombies. They fight off the hordes as long as they can. Dempsey is apprehended by Group 935. Gunner manages to escape alive. The next day, September 7th, John Banana writes messages and records his last words while being eaten alive by an undead Smokey. These would later be logged and stored on the top secret Dreamland server. A few days later, September 10th, Richtofen reports another spy has been captured and will be brought in to replace, quote-unquote, the Mexican. The subject is none other than Dempsey. A few days later, September 13th, Cornelius Purnell attempts to send a transmission to Peter McCain, telling him to rendezvous at the Rising Sun facility. September 17th, Dempsey arrives at the Siberian facility. The three subjects are cloned and murdered relentlessly over and over and over and over again in an attempt to make the perfect soldier. Many of these iterations resulted in abhorrent mutations, and it's important to note that it is unknown whether Ultimus, Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takeo are the original subjects or the final clones. Considering Ultimus will prevail, I'd like to think the latter, explaining their grit and commitment throughout the travels to come. It makes sense that they are the result of a continuous cycle of death and rebirth, a physical manifestation of the real cycle they are also in. A few days later, September 20th, Richtofen documents the personality traits of his test subjects. He states Dempsey's intellect seems low, but his will is strong. Takeo is still staring at the floor, muttering what sounds like some kind of proverb over and over again. Nikolai has recently begun responding to stimuli, but only after injections of a new serum made primarily from vodka. Richtofen notes that their minds have been almost entirely broken, with no memory remaining of who they once were. He also reveals his suspicions of Dr. Yena and Dr. McCain, as the news of McCain's capture had yet to reach the Siberian facility. Using elements 115 and the Seal of Duality, Richtofen binds the souls of both himself and his three test subjects to a rock of element 115, this causing the rock to shift and change into a translucent shard of pure crystalline 115, the elemental shard. Richtofen notes that this crystal is seemingly capable of infinite energy. Unbeknownst to him, this is because the shard is a physical manifestation of the entire ether itself, and as a result of using their souls, Edward and his subjects were now intrinsically linked to one another and the ether itself, no matter the dimension. And in us playing as these characters and interacting with the 3D world through in-game and our community, we too are physically bonded with the ether and all experience. Shortly after, Yena reports this to Dr. Maxis. The characters are snowflakes.
You snowflakes shouldn't even still be here.
Making up the world ice, the Yggdrasil of the entire universe, explaining why it would snow when a fracture would occur, and why snow is present in many of the teleportation animations. Snowflakes representing the characters binded to the universe make up its entirety. 4 days later, September 24th, Maxis returns to Der Riese. He orders Richtofen to do likewise so they may continue their work on the matter transference device. He also orders the elemental shard to be sent to Division 9, and reveals he has cancelled mass production of the DG2 as retribution for Richtofen's use of 935's funding for personal endeavours. Hypocritically, however, Maxis has been researching the Vril in his spare time, just as Richtofen had. Though unknown to Maxis, the shard he had just sent away was, in fact, the key to the Genesis code. Speaking of, the Nova Crawlers were probably Group 935's failed experiments at recreating the Vril, aka the Keepers, explaining their visual similarities, combining pig and human DNA sequencing. Broken Arrow under the American government would go on to conduct their own similar experiments. September 27th, Richtofen returns to Der Riese with Dempsey, Nikolai, Takio, and Samantha. October 1st, Maxis reports on Richtofen's findings with his Super Soldaten test subjects, noting that while their baseline psyche remains intact, all their specific memories have been lost. The same day, infuriated to learn that Maxis has not been mass producing the DG2 as he swore he would, Richtofen reveals in his plot to destroy Maxis and Samantha, vowing that he will no longer continue to work on his undead army. A little bit later, October 8th, Groff reports to Richtofen that the MPD is nearly ready. 2 days past October 10th, Richtofen informs Schuster of his deal with the Americans and the Soviets. In order to secure the required pieces for his grand scheme, Richtofen contacted both the USA and USSR. In exchange for Group 935 scientists and resources, Richtofen would request certain items. Of note, these were a polarization device to be built in Hanford, Washington, and a lunar lander to be stashed in the abandoned theater facility in East Berlin, now under Soviet control. 2 days later, October 12th, Groff radios Richtofen to inform him that the device has been powered up and is awaiting the conduit. Richtofen says he will proceed with Operation Shield and dispose of Maxis and Samantha. A day later, October 13th, though frustrated that the matter transference tests have been largely unsuccessful, Maxis acknowledges that the test subjects' departure from their original point of origin is undeniable. However, Richtofen's suggestion that the subjects have been transported not only through space, but time itself causes Maxis to worry if his irrationality may soon prove a liability to their endeavors. And he was right. The same day, Maxis and Richtofen performed teleportation test trials on test subjects number 3, 4, and 5. All fail, including test 5, when Maxis uses Samantha's dog, Fluffy. As test 6 fails, Fluffy, now changed, is teleported back into the chamber. Samantha sees Fluffy and runs into the teleporter. Maxis chases after her. Richtofen seals them both in the test chamber and teleports all 3 of them, whilst cackling at this sight. Samantha is teleported to the moon while Groff and Schuster work on the MPD. Running into the MPD, she is drawn inside of it, where she becomes corrupted by the Dark Aether. Meanwhile, Maxis is teleported to somewhere known as the Crazy Place and develops the power to merge with electricity itself. As this happens, Richtofen returns to the moon, learning Samantha is now trapped in the MPD. He orders Groff to teleport Maxis there to coax her out of the device. He also warns Groff to keep an eye out for an evil-looking dog. And considering that Fluffy was pregnant when she was teleported teleported away and became corrupted by the Dark Aether, this is what would spawn the infinite Hellhounds to join Samantha Maxis' army that the Dark Aether would clone to become a part of its armies for years to come. In an effort to free Samantha, Maxis approaches the MPD and persuades her to come out. Once she does, Maxis gives her an instruction to kill them all. Maxis kills himself and merges with the technology of Griffin Station, while Samantha unleashes the undead hordes upon the base. The following day from this spiciness, October 14th, H. Porter activates the alarm as an outbreak occurs at Der Rees. Before taking a cyanide capsule, he says he's all out of help. God forgive us all. Richtofen returns to the Der Rees facility and awakens the test subjects Dempsey, Takio, and Nikolai. With no recollection of who they are or who Richtofen is, they agree to help him. The four would become known as Ultimus, meaning the last. 4 days later, October 18th, Peter McCain parachutes over the Rising Sun facility, but fails. He gets entangled and dies shortly after. A few days later, October 21st, Shino Numa takes place, where we see Ultimus's first proper encounter in the zombie story. Working together, Ultimus travels to the Rising Sun facility to recover Richtofen's journal, which details everything from his decoding of the Apothicon and Keeper languages, to his plans for the Agarthan device, to his detailing of the MPD, and much, much more. Upon reading it, Richtofen begins to form his plan to defeat Samantha. October 28th, we see Ultimus's second encounter, as the group returns to Der Rees. Now with his diary, Richtofen plans to use the teleporter to return to the moon and confront Samantha. They use the Wunderwaffe DG2 to overload the teleporter, which sends them through time and space, with Richtofen dropping his diary. November 5th, the inevitable collapse. Group 935 is disbanded. The following year, January 19th, the United States and the Soviet Union share the resources recovered from Group 935's various research stations. Richtofen's diary is among the items recovered by the Soviet Union. The United States and the Soviet Union, both being promised assets and scientists by Richtofen, begin moving in on 935 facilities in order to claim them, with this coming to a head at Der Rees, where a standoff between the two forces resulted in a massacre at the facility. Pavel Gorky, founder of GK Medical and cousin to Lev Kravchenko, which we'll incidentally see a lot later on in the zombie storyline, is among the Red Army detachment. In the wake of this massacre, the Soviet Union was able to recover Richtofen's journal, still lying on the floor. The next day, January 20th, Major George Sawyer reports the successful extraction of 40 scientists from Group 935 during talks with the Soviet Union. A week later, January 27th, the Pentagon hires many former Group 935 scientists in an effort to replicate their work through Operation Stapler. January 29th, as with their US counterparts, the Soviets hire many former Group 935 scientists. Among them is Harvey Yena, who forms the Ascension Group, along with Anton Gersh and Friedrich Steiner, with Nikita Dragovich serving as the group's military representative. Unbeknownst to Moscow, Yena was very much still working for the United States and could not refuse the opportunity to become a founding member of the future of Russian science. February 2nd, Pablo Marinas begins broadcasting a signal from the Siberian facility in hopes of rescue. This would eventually result in the crashing of the Tungaren. March 23rd, Richtofen's demands from Operation Stapler are filed. They include a portrait of Richtofen in the Pentagon, a polarization device to be built in Hanford, and $20 in change. This man does anything for $20. The following year, June 27th, Dr. Schuster makes a personal log regarding his new position in the Pentagon. The Americans continue to push him towards trying to control the undead, and he informs them of Samantha's existence and the downfall of Griffin Station. October 8th, the same year, while logging materials recovered from Group 935, Schuster discovers Maxis's original matter transference prototype. Scratched into the bottom, it reads, "For M, who started me on this journey." 2 years later, December 2nd, 1949, the Green Run begins at the Hanford site in Washington, where a large amount of radioactive products are released on a populated area as a test. A couple years later, July 29th, 1952, the Pentagon begins experiments involving their own versions of the undead. A few years later, May 12th, the US government transfers a number of Element 115 experiments to the Groom Lake facility. October 5th, 1955. Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer discovers a limerick left behind at Verrucht by John Banana. Sharing it with Dr. V. Bush, Bush shares another back. October 19th, Gersh and Yuri Zavoisky begin working for the Ascension Group. October 24th, Dr. V. Bush shares 2 more John Banana limericks found at Verrucht. He notes that John Banana may have been trying to tell the reader something. He notes the letters DK-MFK. Unbeknownst to both men, this was somehow the login information for Dr. King, the suspicious chief staffer of the CIA, as if the 115-induced delusions experienced by John allowed him to learn that Bush and Oppenheimer would read his message, and so he attempted to warn them. October 31st, Dr. V. Bush shares translated files from the Dury's data servant written by Dr. Maxis with Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer. The next year, January 1st, 1956, Robert Oppenheimer sends Dr. V. Bush his encrypted password for the Dreamland server, as his security clearance and files are being revoked due to his outspoken support for international control of nuclear power. The same year, April 25th, Shangri-La takes place, which is Ultimus's 6th encounter. Explorers Brock and Gary discover Shangri-La. During an eclipse, they are unwittingly trapped in a time loop. Sally, sent back in time from 2011, is trapped in the same loop. Ultimus arrives in Shangri-La. With the help of Brock and Gary, they acquire the focusing stone. Dempsey accidentally fires the 3179 JGB-215 while attempting to teleport to Griffin Station, sending Ultimus to the Pentagon in 1963. Next year, July 18th, 1957, American operatives discover that the Ascension Group has begun successful matter transference testing with a working teleporter. They also discover that Richtofen made a deal with the Soviets in 1945 to give up Group 935 research and scientists in exchange for his demands. August 6th, the same year, Pablo believes he must help Richtofen in ending the cycle using the Agartha device and returns to the Great War. Sometime after, his transmissions reach the Ascension Group and he requests the Apothecan blood to craft the device. 1958. The Ascension Group receives a transmission from Pablo Marinas instructing them to find the Apothecan blood in order to build the Agarthan device. Harvey Ena puts together a team to extract the blood at the specific coordinates in the Pacific Ocean. Shortly after recovering the blood, Dr. Gersh convinces Dr. Yena that the Ascension Group should study the blood rather than deliver it to Pablo. Sometime between 1958 and December 12, 1962, the Ascension Group discovers that the Apothecan blood is made up of millions of microscopic organisms which all use negative space for energy. Further research would be performed on primates for rocket testing, giving them rejuvenation abilities. Gersh has the idea to apply the concept of negative space towards what would become Project Mercury. August 13th, 1958, the Ascension Group recovers the schematics for Richtofen's Wunderwaffe DG Scharfschuster, also known as DG-1. Next year, July 3rd, 1959, the Pentagon constructs their own prototype teleporter and commences experimentation. March 11th, 1961, Cornelius Pennell reports Secretary McNamara's lack of interest in combining the Pentagon's resources with Groom Lake to create Broken Arrow. A couple months later, June 4th, a teleporter link is successfully established between the Pentagon and Groom Lake using Dr. Schuster's signal amplifier. Work begins on a link between Groom Lake and Griffin Station. Next month, July 11th, upon examining materials recovered from Division 9 in 1946, Colonel Sawyer discovers that an elemental shard has gone missing. He has his suspicions that Cornelius Pennell is involved. Next year, March 15th, 1962, studying Group 935's medicinal elixir research, the Ascension Group develops PhD Flopper and Stamina Perk medicines. May 11th, Cornelius Pennell is ordered to begin construction of the APD at Camp Edward, much like the MPD, but this time the American Pyramid device, with plans to recover the Vril device and Vril Severe from Griffin Station. July 7th, Exposed magazine creates an issue about a silverback gorilla sent into space by the Soviet Union that returned as a zombie. November 11th, Gersh begins work on the Thunder Gun. Gun, codenamed Project Thunder. The next day, December 12th, Gersh and Yuri begin work on the Gersh device, based on revelations of the nature of the Aether thanks to the Apothecon blood, codenamed Project Mercury. Next year, February 23rd, Cornelius Pennell reports that Dr. Schuster has claimed Samantha is responsible for numerous outbreaks over the past 20 years, including the Rising Sun facility. Pennell decides to investigate further. June 15th, the Pentagon begins development on their own versions of the Wunderwaffe DG-2. June 21st, Colonel Sawyer reports the need to establish a teleporter to Griffin Station before the Soviets and grows suspicious that Schuster is intentionally delaying progress on the project out of fear. He is also suspicious that Pennell believes Schuster's stories about Samantha. July 18th, the proposed final design for TED, T-E-D-D, a robotic bus driver at the Hanford facility, is drawn up. Notable issues include the presence of emotions, inappropriate behavior towards employees, and unnerving appearance. July 23rd, the Ascension Group draws up schematics for the Tundra Gun, a variant of the Thunder Gun. July 29th, Cornelius Pennell plans to report his findings about the growing threat of Samantha and the need for a joint operation at Groom Lake, known as Broken Arrow. August 3rd, 1963. Ultimus's 9th adventure. During teleportation testing at Groom Lake, Ultimus arrives from the moon base in 2025, Samantha having been plucked from Richtofen's body. They are held captive and used as test subjects, much to their original purpose. August 17th, the Pentagon begins development of their own version of the Winter's Howl under Project Scaddy. September 3rd, Cornelius Pennell reports a successful meeting with Secretary Muck Namara and his agreement to create the Broken Arrow program. October 13th, 1963, we see Ultimus's 10th and final encounter within the Cycle. A zombie dressed in World War II German uniform containing the soul of Edward Richtofen arrives at Groom Lake. Richtofen re-enters his own comatose body as the zombified body turns to ash. In the Cycle, this is where Ultimus remained dormant, as far as we are aware, until Maxis goes on to destroy the Earth, sealing their fate. October 18th, Dr. Lehman, on the orders of Samantha, unleashes gaseous element 115 in the air filtration system of the Pentagon, creating an outbreak before shooting himself dead. October 22nd, blueprints are drawn up for a 115 drill to be built near Groom Lake, and it is predicted to be completed by 1964. The same year, October 28th, 1963, Kino Der Toten takes place, Ultimus's third adventure. From Der Riese, Ultimus teleports into Kino. This marks the first time Ultimus travels across space and time. Temporal rifts occur across dimensions.
Who would have thought the MDT was capable of time travel? How many stations does this group have? Where did that little girl disappear to? Only time will tell what new questions await us in this theater of the damned.
In light of these developments, Monty felt obligated to step in and began to make changes in the background across time. He helped Group 935 invent perk machines. He also added chalk drawings to the walls and aided players with magical gobblegums in some versions of the Cycle. Whilst Group 935 did create these perks on their own, for he could only manipulate the fabric of reality that already existed, Monty used them for his own ends, not even knowing how they supposedly worked.
I can't just magic things out of thin air. I have to manipulate things that already exist in your reality. Like the perk drinks. They were something originally cooked up by Group 935. I just used them for my own ends. I honestly don't even know how they work. I swear. As for the songs, don't get me started.
He even aided with a magical mystery box that temporarily displaced weapons ranging from all of space-time and the fabric of reality itself. Although Samantha, Richtofen, or anyone else who would gain power over the Aether would have the ability to manipulate and move these devices for their own fun games.
Magic box of weapons, the little clues here and there. I always try to give you a little help, without drawing too much attention to myself.
Whilst the Keepers help with various nudges, the Apothecans did too, as they also had their own versions of the Mystery Box and Pack-a-Punch, for both factions tried to persuade various facets of life to their side throughout the years. Not only did he aid the characters, but Monty would interact with all life throughout the entire multiverse, listening to prayers and others among them. But he was not a true, all-powerful god like he would sometimes big himself up to be. It was all a bluff, and this power and responsibility was too much for his corrupted mind. He couldn't help everyone, and was responsible for all of the good and all of the bad.
I made an app once. At least I think that's what you call it. It started off really simple. All people did was press a button to indicate whether or not they'd had a good day. I tracked the data for everyone in the world. I mean, it was meant to help me understand people. It worked. But even in its simplest form, it was too much to take in. It actually made me depressed. It's hard trying to please everyone.
Not only did Monty act as a through line manipulating the fabric of reality, but he served as a direct voice to us, the Zombies community, watching this video, transcending the game itself into our reality. Not only nudging the characters physically in the game, but interacting and nudging us, the community, through Easter eggs and songs, helping us piece together the ever-changing puzzles of the Aether and all that binds it. From Agartha to the Dark Aether, through Monty to the Shadow Man, Ultimus to Primus, Treyarch to us, the fans, and the duality of us all, allowing us to be involved and shape the story. Whilst the Shadow Man would tempt people towards corruption and absorbing their souls into the light of the Apothecan sun to finally become at peace with existence, many would view him as Satan. Although both Monty and the Shadow Man could be viewed as creator, god, and or Lucifer, depending on the perspective of the spectator. They inhabit and make up elements of both myths.
I know what you did, Richtofen. I know you found the Chronorium. You have suffered long enough. Why do you not embrace the cool warmth of the Apothecons? All your pain, all your suffering could be at an end. That is what you want, isn't it?
Potentially, the Apothecan Sun is the origins for all Elements 115 in all of the dimensions, and each of the rifts they create at the start and end of creation was setting up the stage for the cycle to repeat. If the Apothecans have a sun that is the source of all Element 115 in the universe, and its subsequent corruption, then it begs the question, what is the sun inside of Agartha itself? If that's the son of the Dark Aether, then is Monty's son the Keeper's son? And this is the bright light, the opposite of corruption, that Monty uses to purify his world. After battling the Hordes, Ultimus locates a lunar lander and flies to the Ascension facility. October 29th, Gersh informs the senior staff that Yuri has been removed from Project Mercury and has been transferred to Rocket Research. The same day, Yuri begins to notice the appearance of children's toys around the facility. Lemnitzer provides a preliminary review of Broken Arrow's purpose as a joint operation between the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, and Department of Defense, DoD, for all 115 experiments. He outlines the plan to hold a diplomatic meeting between President Kennedy and Fidel Castro to create an assembly of allied nations to combat Samantha should she become a threat. A couple days later, October 31st, General Earl Wheeler creates a memorandum for staff of the Pentagon in response to the recent outbreak caused by Dr. Lehman, who reportedly began hearing the voice of Samantha after reading Richthofen's journal. He informs the staff that the Pentagon must be properly maintained before President Kennedy's meeting with Fidel Castro. November 1st, upon reading Richthofen's journal, Yuri begins to hear Samantha's voice. Over several days, her voice will consume him, driving him to the brink of insanity. She orders him to resume work on the Gersh device. he obeys. The next day, November 2nd, the Hanford Project in Washington is formally integrated into Broken Arrow. Secretary McNamara denies their request in the MPD reconstruction project, believing it should remain on Groom Lake. A couple days later, November 4th, Gush announces to the committee that Project Thunder is nearing completion. Gush reveals Yuri may need to be removed from Ascension entirely, having observed his being hostile towards other scientists, and frequently he observed him muttering to himself. November 5th, Classified takes place, Ultimus's 7th encounter. Ultimus arrives in the Pentagon, fighting off the undead outbreak, before eventually arriving at Groom Lake. The same day, obeying Samantha's wishes, Yuri tricks Gersh into activating the Gersh device. The rift created absorbs him and allows Samantha to travel through. Yuri is also absorbed and transported to the Pentagon. November 6th, the same year, Ascension takes place, Ultimus's 4th adventure. Ultimus arrives at the Soviet Cosmodrome and frees Gersh from the Casimir mechanism.
Casimir mechanism safety protocol initiated, shutting down power systems.
Ah, yes, I'm free. I cannot thank you enough for releasing me from that horrible place.
Richtofen recovers his diary and learns that they need the Vril device from the Siberian facility to help him for his plan. Maintaining his ethereal form, Gersh sends them into a rift to the next destination before beginning his travels across space and time. Shortly after the outbreak, Harveyina confirms all personnel present at the Cosmodrome are dead, with Dr. Zavoysky and Dr. Gersh being missing. He rallies disgruntled scientists together and proposes delivering the Apothecon blood to Pablo Marinos. November 6th, 1963, 5 takes place. In the Pentagon, John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, and Robert McNamara meet with Fidel Castro in the aftermath of the Cuban Missile Crisis to discuss a partnership between the two countries in facing the Samantha threat.
For time and the world do not stand still. Change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or the present are certain to miss the future. I said, are certain to miss the future.
Oh no, I missed that.
Prime Minister Castro, this missile crisis was the last straw. We almost blew ourselves up. Now, we invited you here today...
In good faith.
In good faith. To sort this thing out.
And why is he here? He lost.
As I always say, forgive your enemies, but remember their names. Now, gentlemen, as I like to think, in the long history of the world, that there are only a few generations.
Sounds like someone breaking in.
It's just a storm, Dick. Sit down.
Oh my God!
It appears the Pentagon has been breached.
Zombies. Gentlemen, at times like these, our capacity to retaliate must be, and has to be massive, to deter all forms of aggression. Gentlemen, lock and load.
Viva la revolución!
Any last words, Mr. President?
Yes, Jack. Any superlative words of inspiration for our humble troops?
Do not pray for easy lives, my friends. Pray to be stronger men.
Due to the events at the Cosmodrome, a zombie outbreak occurs. Samantha sends Yuri to the Pentagon to thwart their survival, aka the Pentagon Thief, and since he went under similar MK Alpha interrogation methods to that of Mason, that's why he is covered in numbers. And of course he runs around the Pentagon trying to steal your weapons. After Gersh is freed and Ultimus departs from the Cosmodrome, the outbreak ends at the Pentagon. All 4 survive, at least in this version of the cycle. Other fractures, well, we will see. 2 days later, November 8th, Colonel Sawyer orders Cornelius Pennell to halt all ongoing attempts to combat Samantha following the 3rd outbreak at the Pentagon and the capture of Yuri. He confirms that with Dr. Gersh missing from the Ascension group, infighting has begun, and the group may soon fall apart. November 8th, With the loss of Dr. Gersh, Yena puts together a small team to deliver the apothecary blood to Pablo Marinas in Siberia in order to craft the Agarthan device. November 19th, in an effort to avoid another undead outbreak, the US government creates the Broken Arrow program, establishing several facilities across the country. The Groom Lake program is folded into Broken Arrow. December 24th, CIA Director John A. McCone approves of Project MK Alpha, an extension of MK Ultra. Broken Arrow is set to build an artificial MPD, known as the APD, the American Pyramid Device at Camp Edward. Broken Arrow will use the APD as a method of interrogation. Between December 24th, 1963 and January 25th, 1965, the APD is constructed. However, Broken Arrow struggles to find a power source without access to human life force. Because it requires a localized power source, it is nowhere near as powerful as the MPD. Shortly after, Dr. Hale discovers that Atoms, ADAMS, powered by the elemental shard, can be used as sources. January 1st, 1964, the apothecary blood escapes containment at the Siberian facility, crashing the Russian ship and killing Harvey Yena just days before he was due to finally return to the US. Sometime before May 11th, 1964, Dr. Hale discovers that the elemental shard is capable of outputting an incredible amount of energy compared to the average 115, believing it to be Dr. Maxis's Genesis code. She notes that atoms charged with the shard exhibit traits that suggest they are sentience. Adam standing for Advanced Automated Machine. The same day, Paxton Gunner Ridge recovers the bones of Peter McCain, still at the Rising Sun facility, and has it sent to Camp Edward. July 1st, under the supervision of Director Purnell, Dr. Hale is able to revive Peter McCain using the elemental shard. This marks the true completion of Maxis's Genesis code. Sometime between June 1st, 1964 and February 8th, 1965, Peter McCain continues to recover from his revival and agrees to work for Broken Arrow. Purnell reveals that the DoD forced Broken Arrow to relinquish the elemental shard. However, he kept a portion for himself. Peter swears his loyalty to the company over the country. January 25th, 1965, Brigadier General Sawyer submits Yuri as the first candidate for Phase 2 of Project MK Alpha in order to discover his motivations for infiltrating the Pentagon and his relation to Samantha. February 8th, Peter McCain details the transfer and interrogation that is to take place on the MK Alpha subject Yuri. February 14th, Yuri is interrogated by Director Purnell for the first time. Sometime later, he dies during an interrogation. February 17th, John McCone forwards a report of President Johnson regarding suspicious nuclear activity in Israel. April 10th, Broken Arrow draws up schematics for Sergeant Adam, a variation on the Adam robot designed for combat. July 11th, Rushmore becomes operational at Camp Edward, possibly bearing the visage of J. Robert Oppenheimer as a homage from the scientists for their belief of their wrongfully dismissed colleague. August 17th, the Department of Defense requests exploration of Project Toy Soldier to repurpose home service personal robots called Adams as soldiers. November 5th, schematics for the mobile matter transference device are drawn up by Broken Arrow. Shortly after, November 8th, blueprints for the Raygun Mark II-V, 2X, 2Y, and 2Z are drawn up. The following year, September 8th, 1966, Cornelius Purnell documents two dreams he had the night prior. In the first, two robed angels with carnivorous teeth take Purnell's mother away and he has no way of stopping them. In the second, during an interrogation within the APD, electricity from the elemental shard is shot into Purnell's spine. The voices in Purnell's head informed him this was the path he must take if he is to ascend to Agartha. Purnell attempted to follow the schematics for the Agarthan device found within scans received from Yena detailing Richthofen's journal. However, Purnell believed the components did not exist, so this project was abandoned. August 3rd, 1967, Cornelius Purnell convinces Dr. Hale to assist him in testing the APD with himself and the elemental shard, flooding the interior with the shard's electricity. January 26th, 1968, Dr. Wise witnesses Director Purnell and Dr. Hale's unauthorized access of the APD. APD. Shortly after, February 2nd, Deputy Director Peter McCain witnesses another of Director Pennell and Dr. Hale's unauthorized experiments. A couple days later, February 4th, Peter McCain logs the two incidences with Pennell and Hale, noting Pennell's increasingly erratic behavior as well as the Doctor's affection for Pennell. Pennell decides to inform the Department of Defense. Sometime between February 4th, 1968 and March 15th, 1968, Cornelius Pennell locks Peter McCain in solitary confinement. Peter's soul is placed into the body of an Adam. On March 15th, during Elemental Shard test number 54, Sawyer arrives and orders an end to the test. But Pennell, with the APD's power, becomes Avogadro, leaking Nova 6 throughout Camp Edward. He is eventually captured and contained inside the APD itself, where he takes on his ethereal form. The next year, September 29th, 1979, Russman begins employment at Broken Arrow. This work would, over time, cause him severe memory loss due to his exposure to 115. 4 years later, April 20th, 1983, Broken Arrow begins live animal experiments with the half of the shard kept by the Department of Defense, creating bios. 3 years later, June 24th, 1986, a containment breach involving the bios occurs at one of the Broken Arrow facilities. Russman is one of the few to escape alive. The facility is shut down and abandoned. Its projects are transferred to other locations. June 24th, 1996, we see Victus's fifth encounter, but they're first for us. Victus arrive at the abandoned Broken Arrow facility, still being pursued by undead Richtofen. They recover the Elemental 115 shard and depart through another rift. Long after, March 17th, 2011, Call of the Dead takes place, Ultimus's fifth adventure. After entering the rift back in Ascension, Ultimus arrives at the Siberian facility in 2011, where they find themselves trapped in a closet.
Ah! I'm blind! I'm blind! In my eyes! Holy shitballs! Me too. What did you do, Richtofen?
I did nothing. There's a light switch. Oh, I think I found a lever. Perhaps this will turn on the light.
No! Ah! Let go! That's not a lever! Richtofen!
We need you to locate the power sources of the security system. They look like little half domes with a hole on top, kind of like a big... Forget it. If you destroy those, it should shut down the security system.
Yeah, vodka. That might give me the distraction
I mean, good idea. There couldn't possibly be anything left to drink anywhere. Could there?
So now that they are occupied, I was wondering, could you do a special errand for me? I need you to retrieve a very important device. It looks like a long, stiff, hard golden rod. The fingers on the end.
Meanwhile, George A. Romero films his latest project at the location. Samantha, in her pursuit of Ultimus, unleashes an undead outbreak. The film stars fight the undead horde.
Well, I've always liked the monster within idea. I like the zombies being us. It's like zombies are the blue-collar monsters.
We're completely surrounded!
We're completely
Are you girls kidding me? I've been praying for this shit! Come on!
Boys, let's get to work.
For God's sakes, he missed me again!
Oh, cut! Are you blind, man? Like this.
Ow!
Oh! See?
Oh. No, Jefe, I do it like this. Daddy!
I do it like this.
Get back to hair and makeup. You don't look dead enough.
Come on, let's go.
That ain't in the script.
We're writing a new one. It's called Stack Massacre. This is a real nightmare.
Let's slay some stiffs.
Ultimately recovering the Vril device for Richthofen, Ultimus teleports to Shangri-La in an effort to acquire the next artifact required to defeat Samantha, the Focusing Stone. The next month, April 11th, following the disappearance of the Call of the Dead cast and crew, Romero's assistant Sally begins the search for her lost.
Years ago, I did research for a World War II movie. I came across some old Nazi documents. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Element 115, necromancers, raising the dead, real creepy stuff.
We're completely surrounded! Come on!
The coolest thing? Some of that crazy shit happened right here.
Her journey leads her to Shangri-La during an eclipse, which sends her back in time to April 25th, 1956. Over a decade later, April 10th, 2023, Broken Arrow creates the denizens of the forest. A couple years later, July 6th, 2025, project manager Russman and case officer Barkley arrive at Camp Edward to transfer a sample of Cornelius Purnell, dormant within the APD, to the Hanford site for testing. July 8th the same year, Broken Arrow accidentally creates the mindless Avogadro, using the sample collected from Camp Edward. September 1st, in desperate need of more Element 115, Broken Arrow uses an excavator to drill near the nuclear testing facility known as Nuketown. Such drill being incomprehensible to the naked eye, or it has a cloaking ability due to its sheer size and ability to hover. I'm sure the government wouldn't want people to know of it. October 13th, the same year, 2025, Moon takes place, Ultimus's 8th adventure together. Using the Vril device and the Focusing Stone, Richthofen completes his grand scheme and swaps bodies with Samantha on the Moon, giving him full control of the zombies and the Aether itself. Maxis contacts the remaining members of Ultimus through the station's electronics and asks for their help to defeat Richthofen. They agree. They launch missiles at the Earth, leaving it fractured and broken.
I have finished the calculations. Launch protocol initiated. Launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Horror ensues. They sever Richthofen's connection with the Aether, but he maintains control over the zombies. Once Maxis controls the Aether in 2035, he returns to the Moon and plucks Samantha from Richthofen's body to join him in Agartha. Simultaneously, on the same day, a nuclear bomb explodes outside of Nuketown as a result of Broken Arrow's drilling. CIA and CDC operatives arrive to find an undead outbreak already in progress. One of the missiles from the Moon hits Nuketown, killing all on sight, except for Marlton Johnson, who survives by hiding in a nuclear bunker. The same day, the Earth fracturing triggers further temporal rifts. Arthur is pulled through the rift from 1318, arriving in the buried Purgatory Point, now accessible from the surface as a result of the missile impact. November 5th, Broken Arrow is disbanded after the primary facility is lost in a fire. It is later believed to be an act of arson arson committed by employees destroying evidence implicating them in the outbreak. Russman, his mind broken after over 40 years of exposure to Element 115, begins to wander the Earth. A couple years later, March 18th, 2027, in a distress call, former CDC Assistant Director George Barkley reveals that the infectious containments have gone airborne. He advises caution regarding any allies showing signs of short-term memory loss, psychosis, delusion, and paranoia, common side effects of 115 that Ultimus know all too well. Later that month, March 27th, a society of survivors who eat the undead is formed. They are the Flesh. A couple months later, May 12th, Samuel J. Stullinger joins the Flesh cult. June 28th, through the consumption of the undead meat, the Flesh begin hearing Richtofen's voice. He tries to persuade them to build global polarization devices for him in pursuit of his new plan, to mend the rift in space-time and acquire full control over the Aether. The same day, Maxis begins communicating to survivors on Earth, telling those willing to listen to build global polarization devices for him in pursuit of his new plan to open Agartha and reunite him with Samantha, even though it will result in the destruction of the Earth. The two are in pursuit of power. The following year, April 4th, 2028, the Flesh broadcast their message across all frequencies. They tell others to heed our call, and the path to enlightenment can be achieved through consuming the undead. Near the end of the year, December 9th, Maxis' followers begin congregating around the polarization device at the Hanford site facility. A new year begins, January 3rd, 2029. Maxis' followers begin to doubt him, believing he may in fact be evil. They destroy their electronics, so he can't communicate, severing his connection. A couple months later, March 2nd, Maxis' followers attempt to speak to him again. Many have begun to hear Richtofen, and those loyal to Maxis eagerly await further instructions. August 15th, a broadcast is sent out confirming the fall of the Flesh and Maxis' followers. With each group hearing the voice of Richtofen or Maxis, a battle broke out between them. As they fought, a zombie horde moved in and destroyed all who remained. Stullinger is one of the few who escape. Richthofen and Maxis are left with no one to communicate near Green Run, where the first polarization device must be constructed. It isn't until years later, October 13th, 2035, Stullinger bumps into Russman, who has stolen a bus from an abandoned Broken Arrow facility, driven by none other than Ted. Later the same month, October 21st, 2035, transit takes place. Victus' beginnings, their very first undead outbreak together. Stullinger and Russman run into Martin and Abigail Misty Briarton at a diner near the Hanford site facility. Maxis asks them to complete the polarization device in his favor. Stullinger, having consumed zombie meat, is contacted by Richthofen, who orders Stullinger to construct the device for him instead. The crew constructs the device for Maxis. The four would become known as Victus, meaning conquered or victim. Just a day later, October 22nd, Die Rise takes place, Victus' second encounter together. Still hoping to regain control, Richthofen teleports Victus to Province 22.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Why me? Travel where? Don't you get it? There's nothing left! How did you... What? What do you mean, mend the rift? Well, maybe I don't wanna. Huh? Did you think of that? Oh, you can't tell them about the Flesh! What I did, they'd kill me if they knew. Ah, shit! If you're gonna talk to your imaginary friends, Stu, you might want to wait till you're in a Z-free zone. What do we do now?
We arm up, find a good place to defend, kick ass, that's it.
I don't understand.
What are you talking about, Stullinger? Misty made it pretty clear.
Hey, begin!
We're going down! We're going
down! Have we been here before?
where he demands that Stullinger activate the second polarization device. Once again, the crew sides with Maxis. The voices cease for some time, leaving Victus to wander the Earth. The following month, December 31st, 2035, Buried takes place, Victus's third travel together. Victus arrive at Purgatory Point.
Enough walking for today. We set up camp here. In case you boneheads have forgotten, the world is broken. Very broken. The dead walk the earth, and what remains of civilization is at the mercy of forces we barely understand.
What makes you think we're gonna find something different at this new place?
I don't know that we will, but at least we'll be sure.
Sure of what, exactly?
I don't know.
His memory's going again.
Your name is Russman. Russ Man.
That my first or last name?
We don't know. You're just Russman. Yeah, anyway, you're a former operative from Broken Arrow. You've been walking the Earth since the, incident.
Yeah. I think I remember. The town.
That's right!
That's where you found us!
When we met, you already had your lapdog in tow.
What do you mean, lapdog, huh? I'm the only one who knows what to do!
Don't talk stupid, Stu. All you know is whatever the German tells you to think.
I don't think you're in any position to ridicule Mr. Stullinger, particularly given your own proclivities.
You better watch your mouth before you say something you regret, boy.
Enough! We need to remember why we're here. We've all been jumping through hoops for reasons we don't fully understand.
Fully understand?
All right, for reasons we don't understand at all. Point is, we do it. We keep moving, we keep fighting. It's what we do, day in, day out. If you really need a reason why we do this, I'll give you one. We do it because doing something, anything, is better than doing nothing.
The rift is less than one day's travel. We move at dawn.
What if we don't find answers?
Then we'll just have to ask more questions.
Now located beneath a mining facility in Angola, Africa, they discover Arthur in a jail cell. He assists them on their journey. The voices of Maxis and Richtofen return. They activate the final polarization device in Maxis' favor. Now corrupted by the Dark Aether, he reveals his true intentions to Victus and punishes Richtofen by trapping his soul in a zombie.
The process has begun. Now I control the Aether's energy. I can at last reach Agartha! Ah, you fools! Why did you listen to him? Regretfully, I must inform you that neither the Earth nor its people will survive.
Ah, I tried so hard to warn you.
Don't cough! Once the gateway is open, I will finally be reunited with my dearest Samantha.
Hello? Are you forgetting something? Even if your wretched daughter is still alive, she has my body!
If you are so eager to re-enter the physical world, Richtofen, I will grant you that fish!
Drawn into Agartha by her father, Samantha witnesses the evil that has corrupted him. When a rift opens in Dimension 63 in 1918, she reaches out to that timeline's Maxis for help. On January 10th, 2036, we see Primus Richtofen's 10th encounter. Between the events of Origins and Shadows of Evil, Primus Richtofen went on his own adventure, so I will also be chronicling Richtofen's adventures from his perspective. Richtofen instructs undead Ultimus Richtofen to pursue Victus and recover their blood vials. January 19th the same year is Victus's fourth group encounter. Primus Richtofen begins to manipulate Stullinger, as it wasn't just Ultimus who was able to speak to him, opening a rift for Victus to begin their new journey. Persuaded by undead Ultimus Richtofen and an army of the undead, Victus enters the rift. January 19th, the same year, Maxis destroys Earth and all its surviving inhabitants. So this is the canon ending of Buried. Maxis wins and destroys the Earth. But of course there is another version of events where Richtofen wins.
Finally, I am in control! The Aether is mine to manipulate as I wish. The moon is now my own personal plaything!
What have you done?
I've won, Maxis! That's what I've done!
Oh, what about Samantha? Your actions condemn my daughter's very soul to eternal damnation! Even if you do not care for her, surely you wish to return to your own body!
Not really, no. Don't I already possess the power to leave this netherworld and re-enter the physical realm once more? I can choose anybody I wish! As for you, Maxis, you will simply cease to be. I'm innocent! Toodles!
No!
Take a deep breath, Samuel. We're about to get a whole lot closer. That's what's the word? Corporeal? No. Physical. Whatever. I have my very own body. I can touch. Yeah. I can feel. I can smell. Oh, maybe that's not such a good thing. What is that stink? No. Wait. Something's wrong. I'm struggling to control my movements. Okay, maybe I just need some practice.
Hey! What's going on?
Oh, Samuel! You're still here? Okay. This is a little awkward. It's really not that different how things were before, Sammy. We get to talk to each other, play games, have fun. It's really quite exciting. You'll like the fact that we're going to be eating more salad. That doesn't come in a bowl, but I do understand, Sammy. Just carry on as normal, and I'll try to leave you alone for a while. Oh, Samuel! You're still here? Okay. This is a little awkward. It's really not that different how things were before, Sammy. We get to talk to each other, play games, have fun. It's really quite exciting. You'll like the fact that we're going to be eating more salad. That doesn't come in a bowl, but I do understand, Sammy. Just carry on as normal, and I'll try to leave you alone for a while.
And probably in many versions of the cycle and in the multiverse, this happened many times as well. The cycle does not need the same events to repeat, so pretty much everything is canon. Every game we play, every death is a repeat of the cycle. There's other versions out there completing the cycle regardless in the infinite multiverse. Fractures. As he stated at the beginning of the video, when one travels back in a dimension and changes something, not only do you create a new future, but in order to avoid a paradox, the past changes in order to make your alteration possible. For example, the Deceptio, Prodition, and Agonia fractures are all fundamentally based on the original dimension. However, each fracture takes the course of history further and further away. Now of course there's theoretically an infinite amount of these fractures, and most of which we never actually see in game, but like I explained with many events in the cycle, there's so much we have never gotten a chance to see, but you can theorize in your head. So these are offshoots of the original timeline. In the Deceptio fracture, on October 13th, 1945, the Giant takes place, Primus's third adventure together, which is also Primus Richthofen's 17th adventure on his own, which is also the end of Richthofen's adventure on his own, with 16 solo adventures before this. Primus Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takeo, having been teleported to the original dimension, somehow learned of Richthofen's travels in the 2-year gap he's been going on solo travels since Origins, and formed a plan to stop him. In these 2 years, they travelled across dimensions, following Richthofen's trails, and encountered various versions of himself at the same time, seemingly killing a few along the way too, as they attempted to kill versions themselves, seemingly not picking the right ones, and seemingly suffering from 115 delusions from prior and future cycles, and many lives they have lived. They return to the original dimension and meet at the Duries facility, just moments after Ultimus Richthofen trapped Maxis and Samantha in the teleporter with Fluffy. Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takeo confront Ultimus Richthofen, telling him that there is a chain of events that must be set in motion, and prompt him to awaken the original versions of themselves for a reason that's never explained. As the zombie horde approaches them from outside, Primus try and reason with him, but Ultimus Richthofen ignores the three's warnings.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, we know. That's why you better do exactly what we say.
A great evil approaches. There is a chain of events that must be set in motion.
And turns on the teleporter as the whispers from the Shadow Man and other voices of corruption told him to press it to set events in motion to Agartha.
Richthofen, whatever you're thinking of doing, don't do it!
You do not want to meet what's on the other side of that door.
You cannot begin to comprehend the great evil you could unleash.
Only to find Primus Richthofen inside, arriving after collecting the summoning key. We do not know what the other Primus characters were doing in this time, nor do we know why they came to the Duries facility to begin with. They must have been somewhat aware of Richthofen coming, and aware of the cycle, maybe just from 115 delusions, hence them saying to Richthofen, not again.
Damn it, Richthofen, I thought we were done with this!
Them not wanting him to kill another version of himself, as this has theoretically occurred an infinite number of times by this point. And even they, in many versions of the cycle, have killed their own versions many times over, and kills his ultimate self. This triggers a fracturization across the original timeline, triggering many other fractures across space-time. While the group expresses disappointment in Richthofen for tampering with history, he defends his actions, believing that what he does will be to secure a better tomorrow.
Only a fool would dare to change history.
I am no fool. What I do only to secure a better tomorrow.
While the others fend off the zombies, Richthofen pretends to use the summoning key to acquire the original Richthofen's soul, which Dempsey notices. For his plan to come would involve him securing the rest too. In secret, he had actually already collected his soul in a far more horrifying way. He was likely embarrassed or disgusted to let the others know about what he did. We'll come on to that later. Primus fight the undead, and eventually the four activate a beacon in the facility, allowing Maxis from another dimension to locate them and track them throughout their oncoming travels. As they continue the zombie onslaught, Group 935 secures the Dempsey subject and transports him to Der Eisendrache. One of the changes that occur in the history of this fracture is that 935 were granted enough funding from the Reichstag in order to complete the giant project. As a result, Primus are able to pursue the Dempsey test subject in one of these giants. Later the same month, October 29th, Dr. Groff takes control of Group 935 in Ultimus Richthofen's absence, not realizing his fate at the hands of Primus Richthofen. To close out the month, October 31st, in the wake of haunted dreams and rumors that Samantha may be roaming Griffin Station, Groff worries the MPD may be corrupting the facility. Groff decides to put on hold all further tests of the MPD. Despite putting them on hold, people around the MPD still heard voices from within, specifically Ludwig Maxis' voice saying, "I must go to her. The loop must be closed. Groff still felt the presence of Samantha in his dreams. He is concerned that the corrupted MPD clouds the mind. November 5th, 1945, Der Eisendrache takes place. Primus' fourth encounter together. Primus arrive after chasing the Dempsey subject, pioneering the giant robot. The Germans had captured Ultimus Dempsey's cryochamber from being experimented on by Ultimus Richtofen and plan to bring him to Griffin Station. Primus pursue closely behind until a German soldier fires a Panzerschreck, disabling the giant robot that could have retrieved Ultimus Dempsey. Upon reaching Griffin Castle, the young four witness a rocket launch, sending Ultimus Dempsey to the moon. They make contact with Dr. Groff, Ultimus Richtofen's ex-second-in-command, who is relieved to hear from Richtofen, unaware of the events at Der Riese or that he is speaking to Primus Richtofen, not his Ultimus counterpart. Richtofen masquerades as his older self to fool Groff.
Damn you, Group 935! Am I to be forever tormented by the demented offspring of my former work?
Richtofen! Is that you? When we didn't hear from you, we feared the worst.
Dr. Groff, have you made any progress?
Yeah, Doctor. The machine is ready and awaiting the conduit.
I will proceed with Operation Shield and join you shortly.
Security Protocol 935.
No, actually. Maxis and his daughter have already been dealt with.
Would you care to explain exactly what you are doing in the company of our enemies? Richtofen? The security feeds are somewhat alarming. What on earth is going on down there?
Whoever this voice is, he seems unaware of current situation.
Dr. Groff, I have absolute confidence that the teleporter trials will prove successful. As such, you should not delay the project escalation based on your own petty fears.
Personal insults aside, Richtofen, I can assure you that the progress made at our lunar facility has only served to accelerate our plans. I have no doubt that the discovery of the MPD will prove vital to deciding the outcome of the war.
But Groff grows suspicious of Richtofen's change in personality and declares him an imposter.
Richtofen, whoever you may be, do not know your true intentions, but make no mistake. I will not allow you to succeed.
Groff vows to prevent Richtofen from escaping the castle alive. However, Groff's attempts to stop Primus fail. The young four use the death ray to bring the rocket carrying Ultimus Dempsey back to the castle, enraging Groff, who activates a failsafe electric shield to stop them from accessing the cryochamber. To overcome this, Primus recover the Vril device from the crash site and use it to awaken a ghost keeper. The keeper helps them by bringing the corrupted MPD from the moon to the castle. However, the keeper becomes corrupted by it in the process, forcing Primus to battle and eventually defeat it. Afterwards, Groff expresses his fury and vows to destroy them and the castle. To eliminate this threat, Primus launched several missiles at the moon using the summoning key, destroying it, Griffin Castle, and killing Groff and the remaining Group 935 scientists in the process, shutting their operations down in this timeline.
Protocol initiated. 30 seconds to impact. We are reading multiple rocket launches. What have you done? You are a fool, Richtofen! Even the destruction of this facility and my own death will not prevent the advancement of our cause. You'll stop nothing!
We don't need the moon, right? Nothing bad could come from that.
The road is long and dark, but I know where we are going. We will complete our mission.
With the immediate danger gone, they walk towards Ultimus Dempsey's cryochamber.
He's still alive.
Hope so.
Richtofen activates the summoning key, forcing the others to levitate in the air. In this poignant moment, Richtofen reveals his true plan to Takeo, Dempsey, and Nikolai. He intends to kill their Ultimus versions, capturing their souls in the summoning key, as he supposedly did with his own at Durrees.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go. We were supposed to secure the package and be in and out clean. Instead, the whole thing's been one disaster after another. I should never have trusted you, Richtofen. Never!
You should trust me, Dempsey. You all should. This subject will one day wreak havoc across the entire universe. He cannot be allowed to live.
Richtofen initially planned to only save himself, as evidenced by him collecting blood vials for himself only, but now seeks to set things right. Primus Dempsey steps forward, acknowledging that he must be the one to end his older self's life.
This artifact has the power to contain and preserve the subject's soul. Your soul. But it can only be done after the moment of death, just as you saw me do to my other self. It is the only way.
Wait! If someone's gotta take him out to save the universe, then it should be me that does it.
Good to see you, Tank.
After turning off Ultimus Dempsey's life support, his soul is captured in the summoning key. Richtofen places his hand on Dempsey's shoulder to comfort him, showing his growing care and affection for the rest of them. On this map and following these events, Primus begin to bond, solidifying their unity as a team of comrades and friends, dedicated to securing a better future. Richtofen initially was going to be selfish, but now he wants to protect them too. In the Prodition fracture, April 12th, 1942, overrun by the undead, the Rising Sun facility is lost. The same year, July 8th, Division 9 begins construction of the island facility. October 9th, with construction complete, Division 9 continue their projects at the island facility. November 5th, Takeo is dispatched by the Emperor to oversee the work of Division 9 at the island facility. The following year, February 6th, 1943, Division 9 expands experimentation to include use of prisoners of war, Division 9 staff, arachnids, and the possibility of reanimating ancient dragons from fossilized eggs, these being recovered within this fracture as a result of yet more changes to the past. However, these mythical beasts were never successfully reanimated, and Division 9 deemed this project a failure. June 15th, Takeo reports to the Emperor the work being done at the island facility is unacceptable. June 24th, on the orders of the Emperor, Takeo is taken prisoner by Division 9. He is used as a test subject for their organic plant-based experiments. A couple years later, September 13th, 1945, Cornelia attempts to send a transmission to Peter McCain telling him to rendezvous at the abandoned Rising Sun facility. October 18th, the same year, Zetsubo no Shima takes place. Primus's fifth encounter. Takeo and the other three then travel to a different fractured timeline to an island to secure Takeo's soul, arriving on a Japanese vessel amidst the ocean, heading for a Division 9 facility, before being caught and the summoning key being taken away from him.
I'm sorry! I don't speak Japanese.
The object in your hand? It's gonna bring you nothing but pain. Believe me, I know.
A brief fight ensues with the Japanese soldiers, with Richtofen burning one alive before he notices the key rolling towards the ocean. Luckily, Takeo had managed to barely catch the key by his fingertips, much to Richtofen's relief.
I was close.
Yes! A little too close!
The four are then forced to swim to a nearby island, the destination they were heading for, as the ship blows up. As they battle the hordes on this deserted island, they suffer severe hallucinations, but eventually make their way through the Division 9 facility into their underground prison, where they discover the remnants of Ultimus Takeo, now mutated into a Thrasher. After battling, Takeo witnesses his Ultimus self cured from being a Thrasher, now ready to collect his soul.
Your eyes, I recognize them. Almost as though they were my own. Takeo Musaki. I did not believe I would find you in such a place. I was a warrior. I fought many great battles for the glory of our nation, for the honor of the dying samurai spirit. I was a hero. I share this memory. I have lived many of the same victories. I later learned that my victories were unwelcome. His betrayal was driven by petty jealousy. He knew I could endure anything, that I feared not even my own death.
But he struggles to face the truth.
Punishment is one thing. This is cruelty. Who could be so evil as to desire another soul to endure such suffering? Who amongst us could be so dishonorable? Are you so blinded by your own loyalty?
Until Ultimus Takeo reveals to his Primus self what the Emperor's true intentions were, and that he ordered his capture, torture, and experiments directly.
The orders came from the Emperor himself. My life, my path, is built upon a lie. This realm may have been corrupted and consumed by evil, but we possess the power to change things. A better tomorrow.
Takeo convinces his Ultimus self to go out with honor to secure a better future.
None of us choose the means by which mercy will find us. But I am at peace. I understand what must be done. Will you be my Kaishakunin? It is my honor.
Primus secures Takeo's soul after they help him commit seppuku. After being betrayed by the Emperor, he could live no longer. And after being experimented on, tortured, turned into a Thrasher, and after suffering unspeakable horrors with the Mother Spider, death was the best way out for him. And it just so happened it was great that in doing so he could also help Primus in their goal. After the Ultimus Takeo honorably sacrificed himself for a better future, Richtofen then preserved his soul. Initially, Dempsey suggested going after the Ultimus Nikolai.
3 down, 1 to go. Guess it's you next, Nikolai.
But Richtofen said a chain of events must be set in motion.
9. There is something else we must know. There is a chain of events that must be set in motion.
Realizing that he wants to save his 3 comrades from their eventual fate too. Richtofen then takes them to the Alcatraz pocket dimension on July 4th, 1941, where the mobsters are still stuck within their loop. Richtofen meets his younger self and acquires the victor's blood samples. For the insurance policy, they return to the island before traveling to their next destination.
Call it our insurance policy, in case we don't like where we end up.
Their return marking their 7th adventure together, having experienced a couple in their detour to Alcatraz. On the same day, October 18th, 1945, Peter McCain makes his jump into Shinonuma as a temporal rift opens below him. As a result of Primus's universal fractures, the rift teleports him to Gorod Krovi, Stalingrad. bringing us to the Agonia fracture. November 11th, 1942. Groff confirms that Division 9 has completed the resurrection of the ancient beast for the Battle of the Eastern Front. Within this fracture, the past has been changed enough that Division 9 were able to resurrect these dragons. Reports suggest that the specimens are extremely dangerous, but the German stalemate on the Eastern Front with the Russians will soon come to an end, thanks to their involvement. A few months later, January 3rd, 1943, the Russians used stolen Group 935 research to create the Russian Gigant, the robotic Russian Mangler defense, and the ray gun Mark III. Next month, February 2nd, the Battle of Stalingrad doesn't end. Thanks to the technological advancements on both sides, World War II continues indefinitely. This fracture seemingly being based on Dimension 63, although that being speculatory. But Dimension 63 has much more advanced technology, so it makes sense that this is taking that even further. February 13th, working with Maxis at the Kino facility, Sophia reveals she was attacked by Subject 2-6. One day later, February 14th, having learned Sophia was attacked by Subject 2-6, Maxis kills her and transfers her brain into an artificial intelligence machine. The Strategic Operations Planning Heuristic Intelligence Analyzer, or Sophia for short. July 7th, Sophia is transferred to Stalingrad to oversee Group 935's operations. September 2nd, Javiina reports the dragons have proven beneficial to the war effort at Stalingrad. He confirms that their Glock research continues to explore time displacement and movement across dimensions. November 6th, Sophia confirms the existence of Project Rasputin, the Russian Mangler soldier. The following year, January 11th, 1944, Sophia confirms the Russian Gigant robot has set back the German advance. Next year, April 14th, 1945, Sophia declares the Battle of Stalingrad is nearing victory for German forces, and that the Valkyrie drones have been deployed to locate any resistance strains and attempt capture. After the release of the large concentrations of Element 115 by German forces, the city becomes largely populated by the undead. Nikolai and his comrades continue to fight for what remains in Stalingrad. Later that year, September 2nd, World War II still rages on. Stalingrad has turned into a three-way conflict between Dragon, Machine, and the undead. Without any remaining human survivors, Sophia is now trapped in the city. November 6th, drifting through space and time in his ethereal form, Gersh arrives in the fracture. The same day, Gorod Krovi takes place, Primus's 8th adventure together. Primus jumped to this other fractured timeline in the middle of war-torn Stalingrad to kill Ultimus Nikolai Belinsky and place his soul in the Summoning Key. With the Summoning Key's help, the four are teleported out of the sky and parachute in front of Ultimus Nikolai's mech while he is distracted with vodka and listening to the Ace of Spades on his radio. A drastic change in scenery from the jungle deserted island. Primus grab onto the falling body of Peter McCain to help them descend. It's unclear as to where Peter McCain goes after this though. Upon seeing them, Ultimus Nikolai attempts to kill them until a dragon throws him into a building, him being one of the only humans left, although using the mech to survive. Primus continues to fight the undead hordes. Upon greeting Sophia, she tells the group that by them completing various protocols, she can repair Nikolai's mech so they can rendezvous with him. They stumble along the ethereal orb of Gersh, of which Sophia instructs Primus to complete the Ascension protocol so she can extract information from him, which she claims to be harmless, but it causes him to scream in agony.
An anomaly has materialized. Do not worry why. This was expected. It is a light source that holds necessary information. Bring it to me. I will help it.
What is happening? It is collapsing! The confluence is occurring! Yuri! The children!
Gersh begins to recognize them as being Ultimus, who helped him before realizing that they are in fact a younger, different version of themselves.
Wait, you look familiar. No, can't be you. From the Cosmodrome. Your faces are familiar, but different. Stop that. Stop shooting. That hurts. What do you want? Thank the heavens. I've been trapped in the void for so long now. You may finally be free.
Thank you for your cooperation, anomaly known as Gersh. Beginning information extraction.
Wait, what is happening? What are you doing? You said you would help me.
Do not be concerned with the anomaly's fate. Information extraction is a mostly painless process.
With Primus and Gersh's help, Sophia manages to repair Nikolai's mech. They also help her extract a malfunctioning Russian Mangler robot and Valkyrie drone for analysis, as well as terminate a self-destruct sequence. She discovers and downloads knowledge, allowing her to unlock the ability to dimensional travel.
For reasons unknown, Dr. Groff and Group 935 did not trust me with all data on interdimensional travel. You must download information stored on their secondary server.
Battling through the undead, they eventually travel through a sewer system towards the mech, and Dempsey and the others make a temporary truce with Ultimus Nikolai in order to kill the dragon that threatened their lives.
I am still trapped on the rubble. How about another favor for best friend Nikolai?
We need your help.
My help? Have you not noticed the giant dragon? Perhaps you should be helping me!
After they are successful in defeating it, Dempsey and the other three demand Ultimus Nikolai to surrender, to which he refuses and betrays them.
You need to calm your big Russian ass down, Nikolai. The dragons, the German war machine, this whole nightmare. We can end it all today. We just need you to stop all the craziness. Do exactly what we say.
A true Russian never surrenders!
This leads to Primus Nikolai having a brief conversation with his Ultimus version, stating they should stop trying to bury his emotion with an alcohol-fueled rage.
And you align yourself with enemy! You think you will kill me now? I am sorry, Nikolai. I wish there was another way. But know this, in my heart, I share the same pain as you. The pain that you have buried and blurred beneath an alcohol-fueled haze. Yes, the pain of your own memory. You loved and you lost. Everything else has been delusional fantasy that distance you from painful truth. You know what I speak of. You remember. Before the bombs fell. Before she was taken from us.
Nikolai 1.0 had turned to vodka. His hallucination with his many wives was just him coping after the death of his first wife. In return, his Ultimus self shoots him, but he is luckily saved by his armor.
Some things are forgotten for a reason!
Showing his trauma is not over. The rest got to have closure. Unfortunately, they had to fight back and take his soul, take his life. Primus Nikolai retaliates with a devastating blow to the head with a shotgun on Ultimus Nikolai. After collecting his soul, they now had the souls of all of Primus.
It is done. The souls have been collected, Maxis. We will see you soon.
Richtofen opens a portal in the sky with Maxis' help and lights a beacon from the summoning key, which releases Ultimus Nikolai, Takeo, and Dempsey's souls to Maxis at the house in Agartha. They are confused why only 3 souls went up though. Now reverted back to children once they enter the house, restoring their innocence. After this, he says they will see Maxis soon, which thankfully he's been able to track them the entire time thanks to activating the beacon on the Giant. Later, the mysterious voice talking to them on the map contacts Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takeo, informing them that Richtofen can't hear them. He congratulates the crew on their progress of fixing the fracturing universe. However, he informs them that Richtofen had been searching for years for the correct versions of them to close off the dimensions, suggesting that the original timeline versions of the characters were the ones who determined the universe's disorder and fates of the incarnations of the alternate versions of the characters in other universes, who have all been erased due to the originals being killed off. As on Gorod Krovi, there's a much less number of universes now, as they're all closing down and condensing to the final map. He also tells them not to trust Richtofen and that he's actually been in the house for ages. Finally, the voice introduces himself as Dr. Monty, claiming it's so nice to speak directly to them for the first time, and say that they will be seeing him soon.
Okay, Nikolai, Dempsey, Takeo, I'm only talking to you right now. Richtofen, he can't hear me, see? He's probably off doing his own thing right now anyway. No change there, I suppose. The good news is, you're nearly done. It'll soon be time to come to the house. But this plan, this big plan, a lot of it's been riding on Richtofen. Before he caught up with you guys, he spent years traveling, searching out just the right versions of you. The ones who held the key to closing off the other dimensions. I think you know by now exactly what that entails. Point is, he's kind of surplus to requirements these days. He's been in the house for ages, but don't tell him. Anyway, it all makes sense when you get here. You'll see. Honestly, it's going to be fine. Oh, shit. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Monty. Hello. So nice to see you all.
The next year, April 25th, 1956, while traveling to Shangri-La, Brock and Gary's plane crashes into the mountains as a result of a freak atmospheric event, another side effect of the temporal rifts created by Primus while traveling to Gorod Krovi. Almost a decade later, November 6th, 1963, hiding in a closet at the Pentagon, McNamara records a message confirming that John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, and Fidel Castro have died as a result of a zombie outbreak. He dies moments later. In this fracture, this is the result of 5. Dimension 63. On February 18th, 1300, Pablo begins documenting the Great War, including all he has learned about the Keepers, Apothegons, and Element 115. Regarding Element 115's power, he notes that a site in northern France contains massive deposits of the element. This is the event that differentiates Dimension 63 from the original dimension, leading to much further advancements in technology. Later that year, July 4th, in northern France, a tomb is constructed to honor the fallen soldiers of the Great War. Within it, statues of Primus are constructed to symbolize the hope that if one day a great evil falls upon mankind, they may return. Hundreds and hundreds of years later, July 17th, 1898, Edward Richtofen's parents die. February 20th, 1905, Takeo Masaki fights in the Battle of Mukden. A year later, August 11th, 1906, Richtofen begins his studies at Heidelberg University under the tutelage of Dr. Ludwig Maxis. Having lost his parents, Richtofen comes to view him as a father figure. 6 years later, July 3rd, 1912, Maxis convinces Richtofen to join Group 935 with him, an organization set up by mysterious founders for the express benefit of Germany, with possible ties to the Bavarian Illuminati. June 4th, 1914, Primus Richtofen's 9th solo adventure. On his 2-year adventure after Origins, Primus Richtofen is visited by another, older version of himself, awakening him with a bright portal in the middle of the night. Handing him some blood vials, he explains, "You will need this blood. When the time comes, it will protect you," having to set these events in motion in his prior life before stepping back through the rift. This is Premise Richtofen's first solo event. Before Origins takes place, next year, January 5th, 1915, Maxis invents the Mauser prototype. Another year skips, August 25th, 1916, the journal of Sir Pablo Marinas, Knight of the Great War, is discovered by Group 935. We skip a year again, March 23rd, 1917, using information gathered from Pablo's journal, Group 935 begins work at a dig site in northern France, where they discover a series of underground tombs. August 21st, Group 935 discovers what appears to be the entrance to the tomb's main chamber. They struggle to gain access. May 11th, unable to access the main chamber, soldiers listen to a gramophone to alleviate their frustration, while listening to a recording of La Sauce Noire. The entrance to the main chamber unexpectedly opens. The camp's exposure to Element 115 begins. Later that month, May 21st, using information from Pablo's journal on the tomb's main chamber, Maxis draws schematics for the creation of 4 elemental staffs and instructs Richthofen to begin their construction. As the month closes, May 29th, the more Maxis reads of the Great War, the more he begins to question his understanding of the scientific world and the true nature of the universe itself. He finds himself open to the possibility of a higher power. Next month, June 11th, as Group 935 experiments with Element 115, they successfully create localized energy fields, which appear to function as portals. Noting that objects can pass through them, Maxis speculates that the rifts may have opened gateways across space and time. The rifts allow Samantha to reach out to Maxis from Agartha. She begs for his help and ultimately reveals she is his daughter. A few days pass. June 15th, an ancient box with the power to manifest weapons from different eras arrives through a portal. Maxis fears that Element 115 is disrupting the space-time continuum. July 1st, following the installment of Element 115 powered generators, reports surfaced regarding ancient figures emerging from the dig site, corresponding with the mysterious deaths of a number of Group 935 soldiers. The ancient figures are undead knights from the Great War, reawakened. August 3rd, Nikolai Belinsky is sent into exile. September 10th, using Element 115, Group 935 constructs a fleet of giant automatons, 3 of which are Freya, Odin, and Thor. With this, they vastly outmatch the technology of the Allies. Later that month, September 22nd, Richthofen notes that in spite of Group 935's progress at the dig site, he is troubled by Maxis' growing obsession with Pablo's diary. October 6th, Takeo Masaki is dispatched to France by the Emperor to gather intel on Group 935's weapon technology. October 17th, Wall Street goes into a panic as stocks crash. November 19th, following reports of prototype armored weaponry, strange lights in the sky, a mysterious plague, and even giant metal men, Tank Dempsey is deployed in northern France to assess the extent of Group 935's capabilities. December 10th, already exiled in Europe, Nikolai receives new orders from the Imperial Russian Army to investigate the enemy War Machine. Still loyal to the motherland, he willingly obliges. The following year, February 23rd, 1918, Nikolai writes of the ongoing civil war in his homeland. He does not expect peace to last long, but he is enjoying his time in France. March 2nd, the same year, learning that the Emperor wishes to meet him to discuss a matter of great importance to our nation, Takeo writes that he feels a growing sense of dread in the wake of his recent dark, twisted dreams. April 14th, despite ongoing battles, Dempsey fares well in northern France. In a personal letter, he reveals that both the Japanese and Russian armies have also sent spies to investigate the activities of Group 935. Half a month passes. May 1st, Maxis is obsessed with the voice of Samantha, who now speaks to him constantly. He believes her to be the key to everything. May 12th, believing that his mentor has been affected by Element 115 like others at the dig site, Richthofen reports Maxis' erratic behaviour to Group 935 senior staff. The following day, May 13th, Richthofen learns from Pablo's journal that the northern France dig site may be the single largest deposit of Element 115 on Earth. He believes this explains why it has affected so many at the site. The next day, May 14th, now completely consumed by Samantha's voice, Maxis swears he will no longer serve Group 935's mission. The following month, June 4th, 1918, Origins takes place, Primus' first adventure together Element 115 awakens the undead knights from the Great War and quickly consumes the camp. Maxis is rendered catatonic by the element, thus Richthofen removes his brain, saving him before he turns the only way. Dempsey, Nikolai and Takio unite on the battlefield as they witness Richthofen performing the medical procedure on Maxis, their very first eyes on each other. What a way to go.
My name is Samantha. I'm going to tell you how all this really began.
They continue to fight the zombies on the battlefield and help free Samantha from her imprisonment in Agartha by opening the gateway and sending Maxis's brain, now planted in a machine gun drone, up to Agartha to join his daughter from another dimension.
The ancients found the way to bridge the void. Zombie, follow your footsteps. At last, I'm to be freed from Agartha. Your reward awaits you, my heroes. You only have to step into the light. As the gates to Agartha opened, the 4 heroes were rewarded with riches beyond imagination. From that day forward, they knew that Samantha would keep them safe. Forever.
Getting everything wrong. I told you before their eyes should be blue.
It's my turn, Eddie. I can do whatever I want.
But you don't even know how to play properly. Girls don't know enough about zombies.
Put some toys away, children. Make sure the windows are locked before you come down to the basement.
We'd better do what your dad says. I didn't even get my turn.
Tomorrow, Eddie. You get to make the rules. I promise. Come on, Fluffy.
I wish the heroes in our stories were real, Sam.
I know what you mean. But we will make everything okay. My dad says he has a plan.
Primus then manage to reunite and Samantha sends them to their next destination, the original dimension, 1943, with the intention of stopping the events that brought her to this point, since she is literally the exact same Sam we've always seen in the storyline right from the beginning, unlike this version of our characters. Maxis's brain then arrives in Agartha and Dr. Monty decides to step in. Monty brings Maxis's brain to the house and wipes the Maxis corrupted by Dark Aether from existence. But unfortunately, he is soulless. Some years pass. July 18th, 1922. Salvatore, Sal DeLuca, opens gambling houses across Chicago. This marks the beginning of the DeLuca crime family. Next year, February 17th, 1923, Billy Handsome joins the DeLuca crime family as a hitman. Sal will come to look at Billy as the son he never had. September 18th the same year, an expert in gambling and rigging sporting events, Michael Finn O'Leary begins working for Sal. The following year, March 23rd, 1924, Finn marries Angelina Bow, an aspiring starlet with delusions of grandeur. Several years pass. March 1st, 1929, Sal writes of his frustration with Chicago's finest. After many years of successful bribes with the city, it becomes clear that it is no longer an option. Next year, May 11th, 1930, Sal begins to work with Albert Al Allington, an associate in Los Angeles known for being a master schemer and bank robber. The same year, October 14th, Finn informs his lawyer he will not accept divorce from Angela, saying she can leave the marriage the day she leaves this earth. A few days less than an entire year passes. October 11th, 1931, after an LA heist for Sal goes wrong, Al wakes up in the hospital. And later that month, October 28th, while in the hospital, Al submits Icarus for Mars for publication as a comic strip. It is his third attempt. It is denied. again. The following month, November 11th, angry and frustrated with his collapsing empire, Sal kills a prostitute. No longer willing to turn a blind eye, Chicago Police Department arrests him. Meanwhile, December 1st, the same year, in an operation against the DeLuca crime family, Billy is arrested for multiple homicides. The same month, December 19th, in an operation against the DeLuca crime family, Finn is arrested by the Chicago PD when his wife offers evidence against him. The new year begins January 19th, 1932. Al is arrested for his role in the LA heist. Months later, May 14th, 1932, Sal is found guilty of murder. He is sentenced to life in prison on Alcatraz Island Penitentiary. Likewise, May 16th, Billy is found guilty on 116 counts of murder. He is sentenced to life at prison on Alcatraz. You guessed it, May 30th, Finn is also found guilty of 16 counts of gambling fraud. He will serve his sentence at Alcatraz. Sometime before June 13th, 1932, Alcatraz Island opens a year early, and the warden, named Archibald, celebrates. The Illuminati begin operation on the island and take the warden into their protection for reasons wholly unknown to him. Sometime later, the warden bemoans his ability to contact the biblical Satan, of whom he is an avid worshipper of. The Illuminati, knowing far more than the warden, find his methods laughable. On June 13th, 1932 itself, Sal and Billy arrive at Alcatraz Island. June 30th, Finn arrives at Alcatraz Island. July 1st, Al is found guilty of grand larceny, grand theft auto, arson, conspiracy, and battery. He will serve his sentence at Alcatraz. August 3rd, Al arrives at Alcatraz Island. Frustrated, he tears up his Icarus from Mars comic strip, which ends up scattered across the prison. The following year, January 15th, 1933, Stanley Ferguson begins working at Alcatraz Island. A few months later, April 1st, Al convinces Sal, Finn, and Billy that they can build a plane and escape Alcatraz, called Icarus, paying homage to his failed comic strip. We come to the end of the year, December 2nd, realizing the plane will never be completed, and embittered with rage, Sal, Finn, and Billy plot to get revenge on Al. And this culminates on December 31st, the same year, when Finn, Sal, and Billy lure Al to the roof and kill him with no mercy. The same day, eventually making contact with the Shadow Man, believing he is the devil himself, the warden is told to sacrifice the souls of 4 prisoners: Sal DeLuca, Billy Handsome, Finn O'Leary, and Albert Arlington, and binds them to his body by taking his own life. This will serve a similar purpose to that of the Elemental Shard, in that the Warden's body will serve as the anchor for the Alcatraz Pocket Dimension, with the souls of the mobsters making up the fabric of it, as they become binded and tied to the Infinite. The Aether itself, Ultimus and Primus tied to it via the Elemental Shard, cannot exist in the cycle without Mob of the Dead cycle existing. They are all tied to each other, in a paradoxical sense where neither can exist without the rest. The cycle being held together by the mobsters is metaphorically symbolized as the Icarus plane temporarily displacing throughout Black Ops 3, showing that it is also a key element in binding everything together. For their pocket dimension would bleed throughout all of reality, tied to the paradoxical nature of it through their blood. The Shadow Man tells him that this purgatory is a trap that will eventually ensnare 4 men led by Primus Edward Richtofen. The new year begins. January 11th, 1934, we see Richtofen's 8th solo adventure. Stepping through a rift, Richtofen secures the blood samples of Sal and Finn from the pocket dimension. January 19th, the same year, found guilty of Al's murder, Sal, Finn, and Billy are electrocuted by electric chair. When on the same day, the Warden kills himself via electric chair, creating the Alcatraz pocket dimension and trapping the mobsters in an endless cycle stuck in purgatory, where Mob of the Dead takes place.
Hey Sal, we must have been through this 50 times already. And we'll go through it another 50 if that's what it takes. 9:30, lights out. God begins his rounds. How we doing tonight, Ferguson? Fairly good.
Doing great, Mr. DeLuca. My boy Tommy, he's almost 6 now.
Ain't that swell?
Hey, Finn. Get that tip for Saturday's race yet?
I'm working on it. Right now.
shut him up? Or do I gotta do it?
You know the rules, handsome. No talking.
9:35, the Weasel launches into a song and dance routine.
Damn it, Arlington.
You gotta get the dog!
Better be the real deal this time.
Once the Weasel gets the keys, we move on to stage 2. Let's get moving.
Here you go, fellas. Courtesy of the Warden's private collection.
Boys in the laundry stash the parts? Of course they did. What the I killed him.
You've been in the joint too long, Al. You've forgotten how to get shit done.
What the
Sal, Finn, Billy, and Al battle waves of the undead as they find themselves trapped in a seemingly endless cycle. By killing the other mobsters, they manage to successfully build Icarus but cannot escape the island, for they will always crash into the Golden Gate Bridge.
Didn't I tell you this didn't work? Finally, like Icarus, we take flight!
Oh, no!
I had a feeling it was you from the start.
What is he, like the fucking boss of the
And with that, pop goes the Weasel. So long as the cycle is kept up, any being within the dimension is outside the power of Dr. Monty. Furthermore, any being that consumes biological matter of an eternity within the pocket dimension also gains a level of immunity. In order for them to continue the cycle, the events of the world have to basically just play out on repeat, where Sal, Finn, and Billy kill Al over and over again.
It can't be like this forever. There has to be a way to break the cycle. Either wake me up or just fucking kill me already. What did I do wrong? How do I put things right?
Kill me! Kill me right here! Right now! I'm not afraid to die!
They are all stuck in endless suffering, never able to get over this, always in pain. Death is easier for them, and in many versions of the cycle, that's what they do. They simply electrocute themselves on their own accord, restarting everything, a moment of peace. April 18th, the same year, 1940, is Richtofen's 5th solo adventure. Richtofen meets with Stanley Ferguson and convinces him to assist with the Illuminati's construction of the Alcatraz laboratory. July 3rd, 1941, Stanley Ferguson reports that the laboratory has been completed, and that the subjects will be placed in the stasis chambers upon arrival. The following day, July 4th, we have a lot going on. It's Richtofen's 7th solo adventure, and Victus's 7th adventure, their final adventure in the cycle. Richtofen returns to the lab under Alcatraz, where he meets Victus, arriving from the empty Earth with the Chronorium. Upon reading the Chronorium, Richtofen discovers numerous timelines documenting their fates and learns of the blood vials. He would later write on the page, "I know what I must do." Edward Richtofen, the 4th of July, 41. Richtofen enters a rift to acquire the blood of Sal and Finn. After delivering the blood to his younger self, which is that version's 7th solo adventure, whereas it's the longer-lived Richtofen's 12th solo adventure, and it was after recovering the blood vials belonging to Victus, he returns. Victus is placed on ice in cryochambers to be kept safe until they are needed next. The same day is Primus's 6th adventure together and Richtofen's 13th solo adventure that he experiences right after. Primus arrives to collect the Victus blood samples from Richtofen. Following Primus's departure, Richtofen learns the location of the summoning key and travels to his next destination. The following year, October 1st, 1942, Stanley Ferguson leaves employment at Alcatraz. Later that month, October 21st, posing as Mr. Rapt, the Shadowman hires Dimension 63's version of the Reporter to recover other artifacts from the South Pacific and Russia. The following month, November 5th, Nero's wife signs a loan agreement in his name. Meanwhile, Nero is currently in a coma after his performance of the amphibious man. That went wrong. The next month, December 14th, the reporter recovers the artifacts from the South Pacific and Russia. Among them is the summoning key. December 25th. As per Mr. Rapp's request, the reporter speaks to Stanley Ferguson, a retired guard from Alcatraz. Stanley gives a detailed account of the deaths of Al Arlington, Billy Hanson, Finn O'Leary, and Sal DeLuca. The month ends December 31st. At Mr. Rapp's request, the reporter arrives in Morgue City to take in its sights, sounds, and smells. When the new year begins, January 15th, 1944, a meteor shower rains over Morgue City. Later that month, January 30th, the reporter notes strange mold now growing all over the city. He also notes people are getting sick and acting delirious. The following month, February 13th, a fruit vendor tells the reporter about the ancient order of the Keepers and how they are the only ones holding back the forces of the apocalypse. He talks of people hearing chanting from beneath the city. This ancient city seemingly being where the apothecans have been laying dormant after the Great War with humanity and the Keepers, with Morgue City being built atop it, causing it to be missing. March 30th, the reporter sends Mr. Rapp to Telegram, providing details and contact information for Nero, Jessica Rose, Floyd Campbell, and Jack Vincent. Next month, April 5th. Aware of the Shadow Man's actions, Monty writes to the reporter, warning him to not give the summoning key to anyone. 5 days later, April 10th, Jessica Rose learns a photographer is in possession of compromising pictures of her. 10 days later, April 20th, pretending to be a company executive, the Shadow Man tells Nero's lawyer that Nero's wife has taken out substantial loans in his name. Nero has 15 days to settle before the company seeks reparations. Facing multiple debts due to his wife's spending habits, Nero decides to kill his wife and use her life insurance to pay the debt.
I do understand the seriousness of the situation. Why else would I be talking to my lawyer? But just to be clear, can you please tell me precisely how much debt my wife has accumulated? Do you happen to know if our life insurance policies are fully paid up? No, I can assure you, I'd never, ever think of taking such a course of action. No, I just want to make sure that our affairs are, in order.
The same day, masquerading as an internal affairs officer, the Shadow Man tries to convince Jack Vincent's partner to admit that Jack is on the take. Upon learning that International Affairs is snooping around, Jack plots to kill the snitch who could provide evidence against him. The fact he's a corrupt cop.
Hey, we got a problem. A big problem. The mayor's trying to make a name for himself, sticking his nose where it don't belong. He's looking into allegations of police bribery. What do you say we get together at the usual joint? Talk things through. Figure out a way to put this to bed before it gets out of hand. Trust me, have I ever steered you wrong before?
The same day, the Shadow Man poses as a film director interested in hiring Jessica for a lead role. He tells her producer the part is hers. Afraid that the photographer could jeopardize her chance at stardom, she asks him to meet her so they can sort stuff out. Which only goes one way. Hey you!
Hey, you. I know I yelled at you real bad. I know I said some things I shouldn't have said. But I was just angry. Upset. You know how close I am to this movie deal. I mean, they know about my dancing, but those pictures. You don't want to mess up my chance for stardom, do you, baby? What do you say? You bring over those prints and we can make up.
Also on the same day, posing as a journalist, the Shadow Man suggests Floyd Campbell is a journeyman fighter to Floyd's promoter. Wanting to guarantee his shot at the title, Floyd decides to wear brass knuckles under his gloves, cheating for his fight with Tony King.
I ain't fought in 18 months. I'm stepping at the last minute.
I only got 2 weeks to train, but the outcome ain't in any doubt. See, I ain't leaving nothing to chance. He may be the #1 contender, but his career ends tonight. Just make sure the ref knows to look the other way, because this ain't gonna be pretty. But once it's done, once you collect your debts and your bets, I get my shot at the title.
The following day, April 21st, 1944, Nero misses a call from his lawyer, informing him the documents were forged and there's nothing to worry about. Likewise, Jack misses a call from his partner, saying he has his back with internal affairs and that he has nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Floyd misses a call from his promoter that the fight was a success and that he has a shot at the title. Similarly, Jessica misses a call from her producer. He says he didn't have a good feeling about the director and it didn't work out. However, he scored her a lead in the musical he and his partner are financing. Following these calls, Jessica kills the photographer and secures the incriminating photographs. Jack kills the snitch, who could turn him over to internal affairs. Floyd kills Tony King in the boxing match and cashes in on his winnings. Nero kills his wife in a quote-unquote work accident, cashing in her life insurance policy to square away the debts. On the same day, Richtofen's 14th solo adventure, where he arrives in Morgue City to secure the summoning key. But the next day, Richtofen's 15th adventure, April 22nd, Richtofen learns the reporter has the summoning key and confronts him. The reporter waves Monty's letter at Richtofen and orders him to stay away before attacking him. Richtofen kills the reporter in self-defense. April 25th, Shadows of Evil takes place, which is also Richtofen's 16th solo adventure. Nero, Jack, Floyd and Jessica are knocked unconscious at the Black Lace Burlesque Club. They wake up in a twisted version of Morgue City, shifted slightly from reality. Told they can atone for their sins by the Shadow Man.
I have been watching. I have seen each and every one of your misdeeds. I know who you are. But questions remain. Why do you do the things you do? Do you not see the futility of your tiny, insignificant existence? You are but fragments of a bigger universe. Your sins serve only as an invitation to an evil beyond your imagination. I'll lead the way. I will show you the path. Only through me, the Shadow Man, will you find your redemption. You bear the mark. You are cursed. You must place your hand upon the stone.
I can hear you. Jeez, are you the one I saw in my dream?
All four are tricked into performing rituals. Jessica sacrifices her producer, Jack sacrifices his partner, Floyd sacrifices his promoter, and Nero sacrifices his lawyer. Completing the required rituals, the four acquire gateworms, physical beings that are capable of storing life force. They use these in order to smash open an ancient artifact known as the Apothecon Rift Stone, granting the Apothecons are given access to Dimension 63.
The worm must be taken to the sacred place. Only then will you have the means to repel the unearthly horde. Four must be collected. Only then can we prevent the destruction of your world.
This shit is messed up. Alien worms?
Your service to the overlords is appreciated. Our complete assimilation of this dimension will now proceed.
Realizing they've been duped, the four work with the Keepers to defeat the Shadow Man. They manage to trap him in the summoning key, but before they can hand it over to the Keepers, Primus Richtofen arrives through a portal and steals the key.
I'm so sorry. I really don't have time to explain. I have a universe to set right. Thank you, and goodbye.
Dooming every living being in the entire dimension to certain death. Richtofen then travels to Dimension 2210 to secure an innocent Richtofen soul, who goes by the nickname Eddie. He was a young and innocent boy living a relatively normal life up until this point. Primus Richtofen gained his trust so that he would lower his guard, allowing him to take his life, and places his soul within the summoning key.
We may be victorious, but wouldn't you like to hear a little story? A story you've never heard? A sad story?
Oh, man. Why do you always have to be such a Debbie Downer?
Let him speak.
It's the story of Dimension 2210. The story of my soul. By the way, you're nodding, Nikolai. I can only assume the chronorium already showed you the whole sorry tale. Well, for the benefit of the peanut gallery, I was just a boy then. An innocent. I was a sensitive child. A lonely child. Orphaned at a young age. I never got to know who I really was. But one day, I learned who I would grow up to be.
What do you speak of, Richtofen?
I had to do it. The chronorium told me. I had to trick the poor little innocent me into trusting a complete stranger.
Jeez, Richtofen. I don't think I like where this is going.
Me neither, Dempsey. But that's the sad truth of it all. I took my own soul before it could ever have the chance to flourish. Is it any wonder? I'm the way I am.
Richtofen delivers the soul to the house, allowing him to be there before the rest of the souls would join them later on. From within the summoning key, the Shadow Man states, "I'll be seeing you." The following day, April 26th, 1944, the Apothecans destroy Dimension 63 for good. Agartha, the first arrival. With Dr. Monty's help, the Maxis drone arrives at the house in Agartha. Despite the absence of his soul, Monty recreates a physical manifestation of his Dimension 63 form using just his brain. The arrival of Samantha. Monty brings Samantha to the house, the original Samantha we've always seen like I said before, reuniting her with the Dimension 63 incarnation of her father. Samantha's corruption. Knowing that Samantha is corrupted by the Dark Aether, Monty takes her away from Maxis and the house.
She may have been returned to me, but I fear she is not as she was. In recent months, she has barely said a word. When she did, it was only to cry out for him, to call his name. What have I done?
For this is supposed to be his perfect world, free from corruption, a simple countryside, a simple life, living in a recreation of Sheffield. There's not meant to be 115 here, apothecans, any corruption from the Dark Aether. It's just a simple countryside life in the meadows. Whilst there would be moments of corruption creeping back in, storms and apothecans trying to break war, Samantha would be mended, and Monty would perpetually protect his perfect order, trying to protect his world as best as possible. The isolation of Maxis. Alone in the house and missing his daughter, Maxis wonders if Richtofen will have the courage to fulfill the vow he made all those years ago. The rediscovery of the empty Earth. Having observed Monty for some time, Maxis uses the teleporter in the basement of the house to study and explore other dimensions. Among them is the empty Earth, where an alternative Maxis had constructed Zero Base, a facility that houses artifacts and replicas collected from a multitude of different timelines. However, his attempts to manipulate the empty Earth create a reality too fragile to be sustained. The restoration of innocence. Monty returns Samantha to Maxis, her innocence apparently restored. Monty's plan. Monty explains to Maxis that the paradox wrought by a multiverse must be resolved. A new reality can be created, one free of the Apothecans, but only if they enlist the aid of souls who had lived through and survived the fracturing. The Chronorium secured. Among the artifacts that Maxis collected in Zero Base is an ancient book known as the Chronorium.
The Chronorium shows only Samantha's path to redemption.
A complete chronicle of the entire history and future of all reality, protected by various countermeasures. The facility can only be accessed by those possessing a soul. It's worth noting that, whilst the Chronorium is detailing events, the Chronorium can change because events are always in flux, in a constant cycle, not always the same, probably not even mostly the same. The Keepers seemingly had it created as a way for the reader to set events in motion and continue the cycle. But in realizing what they had to do, they can also realize what they shouldn't do, or should do to end the cycle. Richtofen's journey begins with his third solo adventure. Maxis tells Richtofen the plan to secure the Chronorium and locate the summoning key. Hearing the echoes of his other selves, Richtofen discovers his connection with Samuel Stullinger and decides to use Victis to acquire the Chronorium. The manipulation of Stullinger. Richtofen's sixth solo adventure. Having overseen the construction of a laboratory beneath Alcatraz, Richtofen returns to the house in Agartha where he begins to communicate with Stullinger. Together, they persuade Victis to travel to a variety of locations in order to recover the Chronorium, leading to the Chronorium being retrieved with Victis' sixth adventure. Upon arriving at Zero Base, Victis provides blood samples that allow them to access the empty Earth and recover the Chronorium. The blood acquired, with Richtofen's 11th encounter. Richtofen collects the Victis blood samples from undead Richtofen. The arrival of Edward. Richtofen collects Eddie's innocent soul from Dimension 2210, and Monty gives him a physical form in the house, thought to be safe with Dr. Monty. However, unlike the other souls there, he was already an innocent child, preventing him from ever being transformed by Dr. Monty. Remember this detail as it is important, and we will return back to this much later in the video. Samantha meets Edward. Eddie and Samantha meet each other for the first time. Samantha writes in a diary that Edward doesn't like to share toys. The happiness of the children. Monty brings Eddie and Samantha more toys. Kind of a metaphor of them playing out the entire Zombies storyline from within the house, which is, after all, the physical manifestation of Aether. This can even represent, metaphorically, when they were both in control over the Aether, and why Richtofen wants the eyes to be blue.
Getting everything wrong. I told you before their eyes should be blue.
From the children's perspective, these were just stories, which they even reenacted in plays in the familiar theatre manifestation. In actuality, the stories were just as real as any other, and are the very basis for their own reality they reside in.
Tomorrow, Eddie, you get to make the rules. I promise.
I wish the heroes in our stories were real, Sam.
I know what you mean.
The fragility of memory. Maxis notes that teleportation and travel between dimensions could have a profound impact on the mind. He fears that the confusion caused by the collision of memories past, present and future could lead to the collapse of reality itself.
Everything was in its proper place. Time was linear, just as it should be. But a little thing called element 115 changed all that. Especially when, what was it again? Yes, when group 935 came along. Once they started messing around with it, they buggered everything up. 115 shouldn't even exist in your dimension. But nonetheless, here we are. Bloody teleporters.
Our revels are now ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the basis fabric of this vision, we are such stuff as dreams are made of. And our little lives are rounded with a sleep.
These are what we knew as 115 delusions, but it seems it's a lot more complicated and tied to the travels itself, which are tied to the Aether itself, which is tied to 115, which is tied to Ultimus Supremus, all bonded together. The arrival of the souls. Following Gorod Krovi, the souls of the other children arrive. Maxis tells Samantha and Eddie to put the toys away and to make sure the windows are locked before they come down to the basement.
they're here.
Well, well, well. Sometimes free will does work out. Look at how he's used it. Trying to right wrongs instead of skulking about in the house talking into a microphone.
Put the toys away, children. Make sure the windows are locked before you come down to the basement.
Good call on the windows there, Max. This whole process can get a bit messy.
The children reborn. As each soul arrives, Monty transforms them into their younger selves and returns their innocence. Every time there would be a severe fracture in the universe, the Apothecans and other evils would try and use this for their advantage and, with the weakened veil, attempt to breach Agartha. Radiation would seep into this realm, bringing in nuclear storms, triggering the sirens, when Monty would then have to fight off the evil and defend his realm from corruption over and over.
Day 66. The children are gone, and the house feels empty. I miss their laughter, their games. The sirens have not sounded for several months. I do believe that we may have turned the tide in the battle. But at what cost? The radiation levels from the fallout remain dangerously high. I can only pray I live long enough to confirm that my plan was indeed successful. And the dark presence that has haunted our dreams and infected every facet of our existence has finally been vanquished.
Maxis tells them to shut the blinds to prevent the radiation that is corrupting the area and to call the sirens, as a great war is about to happen. The reason why Monty promised Richtofen and Maxis with the plan to have our characters' souls as children was under the guise of the claim to keep them pure and free from the corruption of the multiverse, by killing key versions of themselves that survived the fractures so they could live a supposed perfect life in Monty's idyllic, on the surface, paradise.
For so long we have been fighting. Many battles, many wars. I lost only one. We have seen impossible things, cheated death countless times. I can no longer deny the possibility of an unseen power, a guiding hand, helping us to fulfill our destiny. My path is chosen, our fate is sealed. But the innocent, the children, those untainted by darkness and chaos, they can find a better tomorrow.
But Monty ultimately knew his perfect world was impossible, and perfection can't last, and the cycle would repeat. This was all just a distraction. The arrival of Primus with Primus's 9th encounter and adventure. Soon after the events of Gorod Krovi, Nikolai along with the rest of the Primus crew finally arrive at the house via the MTD, bringing with them the summoning key. There, Richtofen reunites with Maxis and they all meet the children and Monty for the first time. Maxis and Richtofen destroy the MTD to ensure the house would remain safe, but letting his guard down, Richtofen leaves the soul key with the Shadow Man still inside. The voice inside calls out and whispers to Maxis, influencing him due to his lack of soul, and being recreated from just his brain, making him easy to manipulate and take hold of his physical body.
You must help me.
He heard voices, you see, calling to him.
Only together can we prevent the destruction of your world.
It wasn't really his fault. You know, he hasn't actually got his soul yet. All I got was a brain. Maxis was a bit of a wild card. I mean, you remember he was actually just a little drone the last time you saw him. Anyway, he's in the summoning key now. buggered if I know how we're going to get him out.
Maxis opens the summoning key, releasing the Shadow Man inside, whilst he himself is absorbed inside the key. Exploring his new surroundings, he opens a portal to Agartha from the Dark Aether, raising his hands in the air and unleashes an Apothecan invasion. The Shadow Man rips up the fabric of the Aether itself, and thus Monty's perfect world. Earthquakes tremble, breaking up all of reality as much of the past from all of Aether returns in its physical form that are its building blocks to the forefront of those that perpetuated it.
So much of the past has returned, but what of our future?
We put our fates in the hands of a madman. Truly, we have reaped what we have sown. Mein Gott, what have I done? Stop it, Edward. Breathe. Maxis!
We'll fight side by side, back to back, even if it's for the last time.
Unaware that they would be wiped from existence once they have served their purpose, Primus battles alongside Monty in the final battle against the Shadow Man, where Revelations takes place, Primus's 10th encounter. Dr. Monty enlists their help to defeat the Shadow Man and save his perfect world from destruction. Primus manages to kill the Shadow Man and banishes the Apothecans again. With the help of Maxis, still residing in the summoning key, he absorbs all of the souls of the children and their memories through their toys inside the key. These toys of the characters and all of the Aether's artifacts, as well as the snow globe given to Samantha, serve as a physical manifestation of the Aether itself.
The great globe itself. Yea, all which it inherits shall dissolve,
allowing them to observe and interact with all of reality from within, and can metaphorically symbolize when each of them were in control of the Aether, molding and shaping the story from above creation. And together, with Sophia's help, who joins them in Agartha after discovering dimensional travel on Gorod Krovi, they save the universe by pulling all Apothecan and 115 presents out of Agartha. Sophia and Ludwig bonded, catapulting to the Apothecan Black Sun, rebooting all of creation by collapsing the very fabric of the Aether bonded with the characters' souls themselves onto itself.
Sophia.
Maxis.
You know what we must do, my dear.
Yes, my love.
We will do it together. As one we are. Now and forever.
With the evil vanquished, I can start making it all nice again. No undead, no apothecans, no Shadow Man. All of it gone. Forever.
With the Shadow Man and the Apothecans vanquished, the universe is reset. As the world returns to normal, and Agartha restoring from its corruption, Monty becomes concerned as Primus remains in front of him. They shouldn't be here.
But here's the funny thing. You snowflakes shouldn't even still be here. You should be fading out of existence by now.
Noticing the empty blood vials, he becomes angered, claiming that they are putting his perfect realm at risk.
Those blood vials. I was wondering when you'd bring this up. They're from realities we've already closed off. They shouldn't be here. They can't be here. Such a paradox means you're putting my perfect world at risk. You guys and your bloody free will.
Realizing that Primus has consumed the blood of souls from a pocket dimension that should no longer exist, creating a paradox, of which must be resolved. Initially, he decides to simply wipe them from existence.
What to do? What to do? Well, you certainly can't stay here, or I just wipe you from existence.
But decides to instead send them somewhere else. Monty sends them back to the Great War, throwing together some stuff he has left over.
You could send us somewhere else. Somewhere we've never been.
I suppose I could make a little corner somewhere in history. A place where I can dump some of the other shit that I've left over. Oh, hang on. Actually, that all works out perfectly.
Ending up in the year 1299, where it all began in northern France, just as the war is coming to an end. And thus, the cycle continues, and Primus fails in finding a way out of this endless torment. Both Primus Richthofen and Monty were happy to let this play out over and over again because the cycle ensured that they would never truly die. Monty would never have to give up his perfect world or his godlike status. They both selfishly allowed endless suffering out of fear of never existing. Whilst Primus Richthofen was not aware of Monty's extent of his role during the cycle and that he was playing dumb, deep down he knew there was no other way out other than death, but he pushed it out of his consciousness. It is worth noting that the cycle repeated near infinitely, meaning there are many versions we have never seen that always leads to this, or a similar moment, such as this loading screen showing this comic strip showing Ultimus Richthofen joining the other Primus members instead on Revelations. Potentially maybe this was the outcome of Richthofen winning his endgame on Buried. The characters seem to travel from somewhere in Europe over to England. Potentially they go from Breslau, Germany, the location of Der Ries, on the Giant, where this time Ultimus Richthofen listens to the Primus crew and doesn't press the teleporter, bringing forth Primus Richthofen. Thus, they instead go to the house together, based on Sheffield. Although they wouldn't have collected their souls, so I'm not sure exactly what this means, but there's so many different theories that this could be. It could be both, for example, the alternative ending on Buried and an alternative version of the Giant. Both may happen together in this version of the cycle. Richthofen beats the endgame, which triggers his younger self to never press this button, and vice versa. It is a wonder, with Monty being seemingly British and residing in a recreation of Sheffield's countryside, that he could be the manifestation of Blundell himself. His way of him and Treyarch talking to us, explaining why he spells rumour the British way as an Easter egg to us.
By the way, I spell rumors with a U after the O before the R. That's a nice little Easter egg. In fact, it's everything.
Why else would this powerful god want a life based on Sheffield of all places? In the music trailers, we see many of these alternative versions of events, with some being so similar that the ending cutscenes take place as we initially viewed them, just in other places on the maps. For example, we know there's one reality where there's a Captain Hook Richthofen, a reality where Dempsey is a woman, and a reality where everyone only has one arm.
It is not all bad news, Nikolai. We may have failed in our mission, but at least there is now one less Richthofen to deal with. If it is any consolation, tell him that the first one is the hardest. I should know. I've killed at least 3 Richthofens. There was the one in the fire, the one with the boat hook, and the one... What? No one told me. Sorry. Forget what I just said.
Everything will be fine.
Potentially Dimension 63 is where Monty, through some stuff he has left over...
I suppose I could make a little corner somewhere in history. A place where I can dump some of the other that I've left over.
At the end of Revelations, explaining why it has much more 115 than the other universes, and as to why the summoning key ends up here. The last we see of it in the cycle is it's floating in space. Potentially it, the source of life and the entire universe, was found on Venus. Then it was collected and brought to Earth. This cycle went on for millennia, but nothing lasts forever, and it was only a matter of time until something would change it permanently. In another version of the cycle, Primus completes their objective in securing Takio's soul on Zetsubo no Shima, and with the summoning key opens a portal to the Alcatraz pocket dimension. Things don't go the same this time.
There's a chain of events that must be set in motion.
The broken cycle takes place. Alpha and Omega. July 4th, 1941, in the Dimension 63/Purgatory dimension, Blood of the Dead takes place. On this detour between Japan and Stalingrad, Primus travels to Alcatraz just after Victis have been sealed into cryostasis. However, something is very wrong. Richtofen notes the dimensional insertion is slightly off, indicating something has changed.
Was stumbling around in total darkness part of plan?
You give us the fire, we'll give them hell.
Do not speak so lightly of hell.
Easy, Tech. I didn't mean the real thing.
Gentlemen, we are here.
Where have you taken us?
They should be closer to the lab. No matter. This way, if you please.
Having to travel physically through the prison to the lab, they meet up with the prior cycle's Richtofen, or could even be considered the next and final, depending on how you look at it, intently studying the Chronorium far more than the current Richtofen remembers doing himself. He hands Primus their blood vials, but before leaving, says to the other iteration of himself that he ought to read the Chronorium again.
You're late. Doctor?
Is there a problem?
2 for each of them. Survival depends on it. Yeah. You remember? So much to do. The vessel for Maxis, the opening of the gateways. Are you sure you're not getting confused? You'll be needing this. The Chronorium. But I've already read it. Read it again.
It is at this moment that Richtofen makes a revelation that shatters his world.
What is the meaning of this? The pages have changed. They... Our blood! Mine blood! You cannot possibly expect me to let this happen! You son of a...
Let me guess. You're not gonna let us in on what that was about.
The vials of his blood, all of the blood, no longer function as Alcatraz is no longer in Continuum. Albert Arlington did the impossible and broke his cycle by killing the other mobsters. He did what Richtofen and Monty was always unable to do and broke the cycle with this, ironically breaking Primus's cycle in turn, since they could no longer collect the blood vials as their insurance policy. As the blood is now useless, if they are to consume it, it will no longer tie them to the pocket dimension, meaning they can just be wiped. Whilst this was Richtofen's ultimate goal, with his flawed blood plan, he is horrified by the fate the book has assigned to him, for he will finally have to make the ultimate sacrifice. He kept perpetuating the cycle, hoping that he'd find a better way out eventually, but never did. He could not attempt to face the truth. As they attempted to escape the island, the Warden of Alcatraz, now no longer preoccupied with the mobsters, seals their only exit rift. Worried as to the whereabouts of his friend, Maxis attempts to establish communications with Richthofen. He notes that Richthofen is likely trapped in the Alcatraz pocket dimension, and that, as a result of his dimensional cataloging, he had become aware of Richthofen's secret dealings on the island. However, had kept it secret from Monty, for the sake of his friend. Maxis explains to Richthofen that he has discovered that biological tissue serves as a conduit for ethereal energy. When one passes through a rift, their cells become infused with the ether, and as Richthofen has done this more than anyone else, his blood may be able to literally punch a hole in the dimension to allow them to escape. However, it may be incredibly dangerous. Unbeknownst to Maxis, a device was constructed on the island by an unknown individual with an immense intellect on the orders of the Shadow Man for this exact purpose. Guided by Icarus, the spirit of Albert Allington, now free from the cycle, promised to manipulate the Warden's corpse, the vessel that binds the dimension together, and use this to weaken the dimension to a significant enough degree that they can use Richthofen's blood to escape. However, in this final crucial moment, they are captured by the Warden, and there's nothing Al, the seagull, can do to help.
The day has arrived.
9. Impossible!
Enough!
What?
You belong to me!
Not realizing he is simply a pawn for the Shadow Man, the Warden believes he must use the blood of Primus to maintain and open a portal to the Dark Aether, to allow what he believes are the hordes of hell to wreak havoc upon the Earth.
Oh, where the hell are we? Oh, jail. Definitely in jail. Yep, it's all coming back to me now.
Richthofen! Oh, please don't be dead. Don't be dead. Please don't be dead!
I am not dead. Thank you for your concern. Please stop shouting in my brain.
Jumping! Jeremiah, you're alive! Oh, woo! Man, do you have any idea how scary it is? Huh? Thinking you're gonna be stuck in a box with your own thoughts forever?
Yes, Samuel. I'm afraid I do.
You think that this is your prison? That you can repay your debt to existence? Well, this is not a matter of debts. Though debts you certainly owe. This is my life sentence. The reason I was born, and the destiny for which I have bled, and tortured, and killed, and died, again and again. It is Armageddon.
This flaming garbage heap is your magnum opus. I applaud your dedication, Herr Warden, but your Armageddon is locked in here with you.
Until you brought me the key, I can hear it pounding through your veins. Faster and faster. So, your life sentence begins. You will suffer. You will not die. Your heart will beat as everlasting engines in my machine, holding the gateway open so that they will finally be free. Now rest yourselves. Soon we begin. Lights out!
Oh no. No, this ain't it. Ideas? Anybody? Come on, all the we've been through and we just...
Wait a second! I hear something!
Aided by the spirits of Sal, Billy, Finn and Al, now also free from their endless suffering, Primus escape their cells and confront the Warden for the final time.
Sal, Finn, Al, that teensy little seagull. The ghosts of Alcatraz have bought us the time. We will use every moment.
Richtofen, having read the Chronorium, is unwilling to truly acknowledge what comes next. However, he engages the thawing process on the 5th cryopod, containing the version of himself from the Great War, naively thinking he would surely help him.
Holy Doc. How many mansicles you got down here?
The thawing sequence has begun. We cannot wait here.
At the climax of the battle, Richtofen enters the dark mechanism to begin the generation of the escape portals, believing the alternative dimension of himself will be able to save him. Arriving just in time, the Richtofen from the Great War awakens from the cryopod. This could be the same Richtofen from the intro cutscene who warns his other self that the Chronorium has changed. He may have gone on to complete the entire cycle as he had done over millennia, but this time after being sent back to the medieval times, teleported to then place himself in stasis on Alcatraz. Whilst it is possible in every version of the cycle, Primus Richtofen placed himself on stasis to allow for this day to eventually come. I doubt that's the case due to Primus Richtofen's surprise, although he's probably suppressing that because he is so horrified he doesn't physically allow himself to accept this reality. At the same time, I doubt this happened in every single version of the cycle. Maybe just in this final cycle is where he placed himself on stasis, knowing that the cycle was now over. Or at some point in the latter end of the cycles, he started doing it in every single version, waiting for the day that the mobsters would break their cycle. But again, considering he seems shocked by this, it seems a bit unlikely. But again, maybe he just thought this other version of himself would have helped him, and he just was not able to accept that he would betray himself to save the multiverse. If it was just the final cycle where he placed himself on stasis and he realized the cycle was now broken, this most likely was able to happen before the Weasel broke the cycle, so the blood still had a purpose. The Chronorium could have warned him the Weasel was in the process of breaking the cycle and hurried to get the cycle done.
Oh, Scheiße. Mein Head! Where? When am I? The lab. Alcatraz. This is wunderbar! Let's invest, shall we?
I will have your blood, one way or another.
Initially confused after being in stasis for so long, he quickly realizes where he is and what he must do. He uses the elemental gem of the fire from the fire staff to bathe the island in a cleansing light, finally allowing the many hundreds of tormented souls, including the mobsters, to rest, setting all of the trapped and tormented free.
Listen to how the spirits sing. They are free of this realm.
Ain't that swell? Does that mean we win?
I would be greatly relieved if that were so. I am in no hurry to ensnare my mortal soul.
That will not be necessary, Nikolai. The future has changed.
The Chronorium?
Read it. Learn of your true calling. You must keep your soul. It will be needed to defeat Dr. Monty.
Who?
Hello? Hello? I am still here. Wait!
Vanguard. What have I done? I honestly thought you were going to let me bleed to death. It was so sad. The cycle is broken, Herr Doctor. As such, insurance policies are no longer needed. I wish I could tell you I was sorry, Edward. But I'm not. No. No, you can help me. You're a doctor. Wait. Don't you know who I am? I have been witness to miracles and calamities. Dimensions born and collapse. I walk a path no other can take. No! I want to be me. Someone who did all the hard work! I wanted to keep going. This me was racist. You won't even remember.
Richtofen, still suffering in the dark mechanism, with his blood being painfully extracted and processed, is given a glimpse at hope when he lays eyes upon his other self. Before it is destroyed, the Great War Richtofen smashed the blood vials over the Good Doctor and explains that the cycle is broken. He says he's not sorry, and he is fully aware of his own egotism surrounding the blood vials, and through his friendship with Pablo, now understands the misery and sacrifice that this egotism has caused. Just as fractures rewrite the past, this event cannot occur logically, and there cannot be two Richtofens coexisting in this manner, and so the memories of Primus are rewritten. To them, this martyred Richtofen never existed. The Great War Richtofen hands Nikolai the Chronorium. Having fought with Nikolai for 8 years previously, he knows out of everyone he has the greatest force of will and has conquered his inner demons in his past. He would be their guiding hand, for he is the only member left who still has his soul. As in this broken cycle, Gorod Krovi never took place. For this reason, Monty is unable to track him. Nikolai takes on this responsibility as leader, as he learns through the Chronorium that it's his destiny. Within the Chronorium, Nikolai also learns of a device theorized but never completed by the first race, and highly coveted by both the Apothecans and Keepers, dubbed the Agarthan device. This artifact, once constructed, is capable of manifesting an individual's will into reality, essentially granting wishes, which, interestingly, sounds very similar to the construct introduced in Vanguard. As well as indicated by its inscription, its additional function is to resolve the duality that has plagued existence since the disappearance of the first one. With this knowledge, Nikolai and the rest of the characters step through the portals, whilst the other Primus Richtofen dies as his blood is taken from him. His egotism comes through as he laments he is the nicest one. As this reality goes dark, and the tormented are free, the characters will never remember any of this with this version of Richtofen. Meanwhile, the Great War Primus Richtofen takes a quick detour to change his clothes to what we are used to. Not sure why, but that for some reason happens, before we see them next, when, on November 5th, 1963, in the original timeline, of course, Classified is taking place. But Primus then arrive here, in this broken timeline, at Groom Lake, recruiting the now reunited Ultimus to join in fighting the Great War and defeating Dr. Monty. They are shocked to see this other version of themselves, and they all stand side by side, prepared to take on what is next. If the cycle wasn't broken here, they would have been stuck in there for a hell of a long time like they were before.
We do not understand. Yeah, we saw it destroyed, yet here we are.
It's more time travel bullshit, Tech. Just hasn't happened yet. Speaking of BS... How the hell did you get back in your body, Doc?
Does it matter, Dempsey?
I'll tell you what matter. Americans still give Nikolai his vodka. If that's your plan, Nikolai, give up and drink yourself to oblivion, or do you want to make a difference for once in your life?
You. Oh, Scheiße.
You four must come with us. In time, it will make sense. Now.
Intruders on the base.
Now we must go, quickly. There is a war to be fought.
War? What kind of war?
A war unlike any you have ever seen. The Great. A little learning is a dangerous thing. Drink deep, or taste not the Pierian spring. So goes the poem. I understand its meaning. I have drunk so deeply that my every fiber aches with the pain of what has been. And the pain of what has yet to come. I fear it may drive me insane. Worlds. Wars. Souls. All torn asunder by the journeys our madness has wrought. It is only now that I understand the path of bloodshed and sacrifice that lays ahead. And how such knowledge must have gnawed and clawed at the German's mind. I pity him. From this day on, it is my burden to bear. I know what must be done, and who must do it. May they all have mercy on my soul.
In the cycle, this post-moon version of Ultimus are just left there to rot basically forever, with Primus never coming to rescue them. The other version of Ultimus currently fighting on the map are completely unaware there's another version of them from their own future not so far away. Sometime between July 6th, 2025 and September 2nd, 2025 in the original timeline, Alpha Omega takes place. Of course, this creating another fracture, the same with them going to Classified, but we don't have the names of these fractures in this broken cycle and they don't exactly last long. Arriving at Broken Arrow's Camp Edward at some point in 2025, prior to the rockets impacting the Earth, Primus and Ultimus set out to find the Elemental Shard. Eventually gaining the trust of the base AI, Rushmore, Primus and Ultimus defeat Purnell, now calling himself Avogadro, and recover the Elemental Shard.
My ammunition supply has run out. Here is Takio. You only made me stronger.
I would have been fine with a stripper popping out of a cake, but not this.
Voice print bearer. Director Purnell, is that you?
Cornelius Purnell was a mortal name. It cannot encompass what I have become. If you must call me something before I destroy you all, call me Avogadro.
Warning. Threat level midnight. Entity has escaped containment. Failsafe protocol enacted. All personnel duck and cover. This is not a drill. Nuclear detonation in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Claim the shard. It is I who will enter Agartha. I am the new dominant life form on this world.
You hear that? We have him now. Go to the central panel to initiate prisoner transport.
Entity successfully transported to Vanguard.
Rest easy, my friend. Agartha is now safely contained in a Broken Arrow facility in Washington State. He's their problem now. We won, because that's what Americans do. We win!
Victory is rarely improved by gloating.
You are now free to take the elemental shard. On behalf of the President of the United States, the Broken Arrow program, and a grateful nation, please accept this shard as a symbol of our appreciation for your honorable and faithful service.
Happy, Nikolai? Everything playing out as the Chronorium predicted.
We have what we came for. The elemental shard. Hooray for us! It's too late!
Maxis?
He knows what you're doing!
Who knows? Who does he speak of?
Dr. Monty.
What's happening, Nikolai?
You are too late.
Ah, shit. That's all we fucking need.
Hello, Samantha.
Who is the boy?
That would be us.
We're going to fight the war, Eddie. The great war. Then, we're going back to the house to kill him and burn it all to the ground. Agartha, the Aether, the infinite, everything.
Whilst this occurs, Maxis attempts to make contact with Richtofen, explaining that Monty is becoming incredibly anxious as they should have already reached Stalingrad by now. Coming to understand what Richtofen was planning, Maxis feels he has no choice but to get Samantha and Eddie out of the house, and tells them to come down to the basement for fear of what Monty may do to them. As he locks them within the teleporter and activates the machine, Monty murders Maxis by consuming him, unveiling him to look pretty much exactly the same as the Shadow Man. Interestingly, Eddie and Sam coming down to the basement is probably right after they were told by Maxis to come down to the basement in the Origins ending cutscene.
Make sure the windows are locked before you come down to the basement.
Of course, in the cycle, this is right before the other versions of these souls arrive in the house at the end of Gorod Krovi. But in the broken cycle, this may be right after the cutscene as well, both taking place right afterwards with two strikingly very different events. Eddie being in the house earlier than the other souls meant that, during the broken cycle, he was there to escape Dr. Monty's clutches in the house alongside Samantha right after Ludwig Maxis was eaten, meaning only he and Samantha were the only children to ever enter the house since Gorod Krovi never happened. That explains the question of where the other three souls are. Never there.
Who is the boy?
That would be us.
Sometime before Tag Der Toten, Pablo Marinas awakes to find the Siberian facility overrun by undead. Every time he attempts to escape, he is pulled back towards the lighthouse, and starts to realise that if he can escape this, his destiny and visions were a sign that he can help Primis break their own. For he shall not just be a bystander of the Great War, but the one to put a stop to the War of the Loop once and for all. He will help Primis and Ultimus close their own stories. For this is his destiny he envisioned over and over, and why he too was sent to the Great War. He realizes that he is trapped in his own cycle, not just here, but a key role in the overarching cycle like the rest of them. Sometime after January 1st, 1964, in this fractured original timeline, Tag Der Toten, arriving in the forest, Primis Nikolai and Ultimus Richthofen, now the de facto leaders of the group thanks to their combined knowledge, understand what must be done. The group begin to celebrate their journey's end, whilst Nikolai takes Samantha aside, explaining that when the time comes, she is the only one who will be able to end this madness once and for all.
My friends, old and new, we stand on the brink of victory. Element 115, Group 935, the Hellkick Scourge, the MPD, the Apothecons, all of it will soon be gone. But tonight, we celebrate.
Something happens on Nuketown, turning off the power of the drills, which may have been powering the cryo chambers on Alcatraz. Potentially when Samantha let out a burst of ethereal energy, it disabled all technology in the nearby radius. Regardless of the how and why, the cryo chambers thaw out and Victis awaken within Richthofen's lab, making contact with his old friend for the last time.
What? Are you serious? No way. Dude, that's awesome!
Stu? Oh my. Someone's been busy.
Your journeyman pal asked if we wanted to live. This don't feel like living.
Calm down, everybody. Everything's fine. Or going to be fine. Okay?
Ultimus Richthofen instructs Samuel Stullinger that they must do one last thing for him, construct the Agarthan device. Leaving through a rift, Victis arrive at what seems to be the Siberian facility.
We got a whole bunch of maggot feeders headed downstairs, and we ain't got no weapons.
Yes! I'm telling them now, but they're a teensy bit grumpy because they just woke up.
Hey, Stu! You want to be a bit more specific about what the voice in your head is actually saying?
Dr. Minty? What? Is he like a bad guy? We gotta go.
With this power and the means to control it, we can go wherever we choose.
At last, we can return to our homes, our old lives, our families.
I've got to be honest with you, Samuel. I don't have even the slightest inkling as to what an Agarthan device is.
He didn't say you had to know what it was, Martin. Just how to build it.
Trust me, guys. It won't be that complicated. In fact, my German pal says it's gonna be a Schlam-Dunk. It's one thing trusting you, Stu. It's a whole other thing trusting your imaginary brain buddy.
Rossman, how can you even say that? He's the sweetest guy in the whole universe! He wants us to help save it! The universe!
Thank you, Sammy. I'm moved.
However, just as with Alcatraz and Morgue City, this location has been extracted from its proper place and shifted somewhere else. It seems that Shangri-La takes place half of the time on Mars, with it transitioning from Earth to Mars through the eclipse, and that Tag Der Toten takes place inside a pocket dimension similarly, the portal to which is located inside of the moon of Mars, Phobos, a nod to the theories of Shangri-La being on Mars.
Hypothermia setting in.
Victis reached the lighthouse and encounter Pablo, the Mexican test subject who many years prior had died at the site. Within the forest, Primus and Ultimus recount their exploits to one another. They proceed to celebrate around a campfire, drinking and eating. Primus Nikolai explains to them that the Great War, the Apothegons, the Keepers, the Dark Aether, the Shadowman, and Monty are just legends and tales from the Chronorium. He reveals that both the Shadowman and Monty became corrupted by the Dark Aether, one from his own ambition, and the other trying desperately to save his friend, whom he separated from.
They are legends contained in the book, the Chronorium. Tales of demons and angels commanded by the forces of light and darkness.
That does not sound unlike any war we have ever faced. Demons and angels, light and darkness, the big stuff. Who was who? Which was which? Do you know that, Nikolai?
Monty and Shadowman were more similar than you know, Richtofen. Both were corrupted by the Dark Aether. One by his own ambition, the other desperately trying to save his friend.
He reveals the greatest war was the war they were all fighting amongst themselves and each other throughout the endless cycle. Endless death and rebirth over and over again. Endless hordes, endless war, endless pain, endless hope, endless joy. Constant clashing and chaos amongst all that perpetuated it, just as much as their endless torment makes up the ether. In us playing, dying and living over and over again, round after round, our experience as a community makes up the ether and the Great War just as much as them, including our own communities infighting. We have lived and experienced everything, as have they, through their lenses and our own, through our own way as fans, as those who got the characters past every map and onto the next, solving Easter eggs, making theories that then get canonized, such as Samantha Amaxis herself, shaping the direction of the mode, through our endless discussions on our likes and dislikes and so forth. The story and gameplay could not exist without us. We are bonded to the ether just as much as Treyarch are, just as much as Primus and Ultimus. As the characters keep celebrating, Primus Nikolai tells them to think about what they desire, where they would like to go, their hopes, their dreams, and all of their follies and victories. Nikolai explains that with this Agarthan device, they will all finally be granted the peace they deserve.
Do you remember when I asked you what you really want?
We remember. But why do you ask this now?
Because the Great War? No. The greatest war is the one we fight against ourselves.
Unsurprisingly, everyone expected Ultimus Richtofen to have a rabbit in his hat, a last-minute moment of betrayal. But, to their surprise, he lets the other characters know he does not.
Well, I can honestly say I never imagined being in this position. I mean, look at us! All funny. I'm not going to apologize for all the terrible things I have done, because frankly, I'm not sorry for anything. Yeah, I've had the time of my life! No, I know you'll probably never really trust me, and even now, you'll be expecting me to pull some last-minute rabbit out of a hat. A big rabbit of betrayal.
Yeah, no kidding.
Thank you, Dennis. I knew I could rely on you. So, do you have a rabbit of betrayal? If I'm honest, I've been expecting one since we all got together. Sadly, no. I am all out of rabbits.
This saying shall forever echo throughout the Dark Aether, implying that the forest they reside in takes place within the realm itself.
As the old Dark Aether saying goes, you're all out of rabbits.
Was them or me?
Do you know what that means?
Unbeknownst to them, the members of Primus and Ultimus had their drinks poisoned by Primus Nikolai. As all but their leader drink and enjoy the merriment, Ultimus Richtofen is aware of the dark truth, and one he enables no less, as he, after all, saw all of Aether. He has the Chronorium essentially in his head, as Nikolai read it. These will be their last moments. Ultimus Richtofen plays the role he knows he must, and thanks to the meddling of Maxis so long ago, survives past death. Returning to his true, rotten form, Undead Richtofen returns. All of them, except for Primus Nikolai, Ultimus Richtofen, Samantha and Eddie, die to help resolve the paradox. Poisoned. It was their travels that fractured the universe and continued the cycle. They always had to cease to exist, but Primus Richtofen could never bring himself to accept this fate, and never wanted to die. Similarly, Monty was okay in perpetuating the cycle because it meant that he and his perfect world could continue. He tried to act like he was less aware of the blood and blah 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 than he actually was. Purging all corruption would mean purging himself too. He would never get rid of Element 115 or all of the characters because both were physically bonded with the Aether. They and all of their travels make up all of reality, and was what Agartha was a physical manifestation of. He could only ever reset everything knowing it would all come back. Richtofen and Monty were both equally responsible in continuing the endless cycle of suffering through the eons, despite the joys they may have also had along the way. Victis, through the guidance of Primus Nikolai and Ultimus Richtofen, travelled to the heart of the facility where Ultimus were forged. Acquiring the Seal of Duality, hidden there by Richtofen years before, they are sent the elemental shard by Nikolai. Now only one piece remains, the blood of the Apothecans. Communicating with the blood, they learn it is saddened and despairing. The once arrogant and primarily powerful race have been humbled, even swallowing their ancient pride and speaking in the language their betrayers had created to replace the language of the first one. Returning the scattered elements of the blood submits to Victis, admitting that the duality must be resolved.
We must restore that which was separated.
The vessel of the keepers, the blood of the Apothecans, the Aether that binds them. Using the machines of Jeb Brown's divinely inspired design, Victis fully powered the device, causing it to begin its final evolution. Due to the nature of the device, this also begins to irreparably alter all 115 around it, causing it to melt into a lava-like substance as it dissolves out of reality. Due to the Agarthan device now integrating the entire Aether, this transformation violently scorches the realm around it, eventually reaching its final perfect state, with the duality that had plagued existence for so long and claimed the lives of so many now finally resolved.
Light and darkness reunite.
It was time for Victis to fulfill their final purpose, their destiny. A chain of events must be set in motion. One final paradox to cement the breaking of the cycle. Handing the seal of duality to Pablo, he opens a portal and brings himself to where his destiny requires. He would become Sir Pablo Marinas, once and future hero of the Great War. He would be set upon by the Apothecan hordes and be saved by Primus. He would help one of the men who saved him realize that the sacrifice of so many lives for an endless loop was not worth it, and that it must end. He would give his final moments protecting that man, so he may be sent forward and eventually help break the cycle. He would help to bring about the end of existence, and he would help birth it anew. Collecting the Agarthan device left by Pablo, Victis transport it to the forest, where Primus Nikolai and Ultimus Richtofen await the end. To the Keepers, the word seal means lock, and that is the device's final purpose. The summoning key, or more appropriately, the Astoth Abzorak, key to all, is used on the lock of duality, causing the infinite imbued within the summoning key by the first one to explode out, and the ether, in the form of the elemental shard, to shrivel away. Nikolai grants Richtofen his final death, and, knowing the ether, in its sentience, would attempt to keep him alive and bring out the cycle once more, has Samantha fulfill her vow to end the one that would otherwise perpetuate the infinite, having the poor child shoot him with a welling, with Samantha urging Eddie to look away as she does the deed. Throughout, she's constantly trying to protect him and look after his innocence, acting as almost a older sister figure for him as he cowers behind, not saying literally a single word since he exited the house, showing he's extremely shy and probably very traumatized by everything that he has seen in these final moments. All of the death of everyone, the sacrifice, the pain, and hearing Samantha shoot Nikolai directly. Through Sam and Eddie witnessing all of this death and calamities to end the story, it likely undid their purification and haunts them with trauma. With reality collapsing, everything that spewed forth from the ether was banished to where they belonged, the Dark Aether, in the hopes they may never harm anything again. The entirety of creation starts to fade away. The zombies, the apothecans, Element 115, and even Monty himself, all faded into the shadowy realm, locked away. We don't know what happens to the Shadow Man. Like I said, it seems the Apothecans and Keepers attempted to restore their duality and were likely successful, but the Shadow Man was in the summoning key as it was destroyed. It's most likely that he is gone forever. With the Apothecans and Keepers seemingly restoring as one race and being cast down once again, it's unclear what's left of their factions, but regardless, in turn they were fractured throughout the Dark Aether, leading to similar, different demented beings emerging from their dust through eons more of corruption. Even Victis, they too were banished to eternal damnation in the Dark Aether, having to make the ultimate sacrifice, their lives tied as much to the survival of the ether as any other. They were unaware that they would be cast down, leading them to feel betrayed by Ultimus Richtofen, who instructed them telepathically via Samuel Stullinger's ethereal link with him.
What are you talking about? We found the Agartha device!
I know. And I'm so sorry.
Richtofen even apologized to Samuel in their final moments, but he went along with Nikolai's plan, thanks to his infinite knowledge unlocked via the ether. He was a misunderstood man, and he always knew this day was coming, and the only way to end the troubles and endless suffering that was caused by them. Victis would describe the Dark Aether as extremely cold, and they were lost. They would try calling out to Richtofen without getting an answer.
Is this thing on? Richtofen! Hey, Richtofen! You've been gone from my head a really long time. I gotta be honest, I'm freaking out a bit, man. It's so quiet. I can actually hear myself think. Do you know what that's like? It's not nice at all. So, listen, buddy, old pal, we gotta talk. You sent us here, of all places, but you forgot to tell us what to do. It's dark, it's damp, it's just really filthy. I think the roaches are crawling with roaches. How is that even possible? Wait, shoot. Am I even talking to the right Richtofen? Oh, you could be the other one, right? Or the other one. Yeah, you know what? Just go talk to your Richtofen pals at the hoity-toity Ricky Gang Clubhouse. and find out what the we're supposed to be doing!
Did Eddie also hear Stullinger in his final moments cast away? That much is a tale for another day. There is no more Agartha, no more Aether. The Aether was the entire multiverse, bonded by the heroes in their travels. Everything and nothing. Now there is just the Dark Aether and a singular universe. Aether doesn't exist anymore, so I don't know what we can regard this single universe as, since the Dark Aether is still the reflection of it, but it's a lot simpler now. Agartha was the physical manifestation of Aether, which too no longer exists. The Dark Aether was always the inverted, demented version of reality, whilst now it just has all of Aether thrown in and reflects/mimics the regular world. With the cycle broken and the duality resolved, thanks to the Agarthan device, destroying the summoning key, a gateway known as the Way Through opens up for Samantha and Eddie, the only remaining characters from the Aether story. Samantha being the one from the start, Eddie being a version of Richtofen we've barely gotten to know. A pathway to a new universe unburdened by the corruption brought by the Aether since the first moments of existence. As the multiverse fades away, they tightly hold each other by their hands and walk towards the light into the new world, and hopefully, a better tomorrow.
The madness is nearly over, child, but one thing remains. The one who perpetuates this madness. He must be... I wish I did not have to ask this of you, but only you can do it. Comrades, as we toast our victory, I want each of you to think about what you really want. Where would you like to go now? Believe me, you can have it.
Has something gone wrong? We did everything you asked! You haven't forgotten about us, have you?
No, Sammy. I haven't forgotten about you.
It is time, Richtofen. The multiverse must come to an end. The paradox must be resolved. At least, it will be quick.
What are you talking about? We found the Agartha device!
I know. And I'm so sorry.
Me too, Richtofen. We fought for what we wanted. We got more than we deserved. All the chapters of our lives, good and bad. Even if there was no witness, even if no one cared to see, it still happened somewhere. We fought the Great War over and over, but victory could never be ours. We were always doomed to fail. Monty told us the truth. Our journey is the very reason this madness exists. We are the ones who fractured the universe. This is the truth the Chronorium showed me. The truth Richtofen could no longer face. When we are gone, so too is everything that spewed forth from the ether. Element 115, the Apothecars, even Monty himself. All of it will be banished to where it belongs. The Dark Aether. We should not be here. Our time has passed. But for all the pain and torment we have endured together, as we leave this life behind, it is my hope that you know one thing beyond any doubt.
Look away, Eddie.
You are more than just my allies, my brothers in arms. You were my friends. I would like to return to my home, my beloved, before the bombs fell, if only to die by her side.
I see myself at peace, serene, sitting beneath a cherry blossom tree, listening to the joy of my children at play.
I think I'd like to teach medicine, maybe pathology.
You know, the more I think about it, the more I think I'd be a darn good DI. Get those kids toughened up.
I would like to be in favorite bar, but as long as I have vodka, I am a happy man.
I would like to know for sure that I brought honor to my ancestors and the Emperor.
I should probably try to relax. Take up a hobby. Maybe I could open my own morgue.
Let me think about it. Wherever I go, you know I'll be kicking ass.
Samantha was said to have her innocence restored once this war ended in this new life, but we all know that does not happen for what's to come.
The Chronorium shows only Samantha's path to redemption. When war is over, she will be normal child again. Innocent. Same as boy.
Well, that's nice to know. It's been a long time since I've been innocent. Do not remind me.
Whilst the hope was that Samantha and Eddie would go on to live new lives in a perfect world, I guess it was Nikolai's mistake in throwing everything into the Dark Aether. Surely that could only mean one thing. They're not gone for good. The corruption can return. And that's where we jump into the Dark Aether Story.
The very end of Black Ops 4, our characters sacrificed themselves to collapse the multiverse and try and create a singular world where zombies didn't exist. And they were half right.